There was a morning, sometime in the year 793, when the monks on a small island off the coast of northern England woke up before dawn, the way they always did, to walk barefoot across cold stone floors and sing the first prayers of the day. The sea was gray. The wind smelled like salt and wet grass. Nothing about that morning felt different from 1,000 mornings before it. And then out past the shallow water, shapes appeared on the horizon. Long, low wooden shapes, moving fast, with no sails needed because the men inside them were pulling oars through the water with the kind of steady rhythm that comes from years of practice. By the time anyone understood what they were looking at, it was already too late to do anything but watch. That morning didn't just end quietly. It became one of the most talked about days in early medieval Europe, a moment that later writers would point to and say, "This is where it started." This is where the world of the Vikings began, at least in the eyes of the people who wrote the history books afterward. But here's the part that most people never get to hear. The men in those ships weren't monsters. They weren't wild, chaotic figures without a home, a family, or a reason for being there. They were farmers, most of them, fathers, sons, people who spent far more of their lives fishing, herding sheep, mending fences, and sitting by the fire than they ever spent fighting anyone. The raid on Lindisfarne was real, and it was violent, and it shocked the world at the time. But it was one morning. One single, brutal morning stretched out over 3 centuries of memory until the raid became the whole story, and the rest of the Viking world, the quieter world, the human world, faded into the background. Tonight, I want to take you into that quieter world. Not just the raids, though we'll talk about those too, because they happened and they mattered. I want to take you into the smoky longhouses of Norway on a winter evening, into the shipyards where men shaped oak planks by candlelight, into the cold water crossings toward Iceland and Greenland, and eventually a coastline nobody in Europe even knew existed. I want you to feel what it might have been like to live in that world, season after season, generation after generation, and then to understand slowly, gently, why it all came to an end. So get comfortable. Settle in. Let your shoulders drop and your breathing slow down, because we have a long night of history ahead of us, and there's no reason to rush through any of it. Hey buddy, welcome back. If this is your first time here, I'm glad you found your way to this quiet corner of the internet. This channel is a place for long, slow history, told the way I imagine it might have been told a few hundred years ago, by someone sitting near a fire in no particular hurry, just wanting to keep you company through a long night. There's no rush here, no need to sit up straight or take notes. You can let your eyes close whenever they're ready. The story will still be here, drifting along quietly, whether you're wide awake or halfway into a dream. If you're new and you find that this kind of thing helps you unwind at the end of a long day, I'd love it if you considered subscribing. It's a small thing, but it helps this little channel keep going, and it means more stories like this one will keep finding their way into your evenings. There's no pressure, though. Just settle in and let's begin. Tonight, before we go anywhere else, I want you to picture where you're listening from right now. Maybe you're in a bed in Ohio, blankets pulled up, a fan humming somewhere in the room. Maybe you're driving home late through the hills of Tennessee, taillights ahead of you, the only light for miles. Maybe you're on the other side of the world entirely, in a small apartment in Manila or a quiet house outside Melbourne, and it's already tomorrow where you are. Wherever you are, whatever time it is on your clock right now, I want you to take a slow breath and just notice that moment. That's the moment we're starting from, and in a way, that's part of what tonight's story is about too, because the people we're going to meet lived by a very different kind of clock. Their days were shaped by sunlight and darkness, by tides and seasons, by the length of a Scandinavian winter that could feel like it might never end. We're going to talk tonight about the Vikings. Not the horned helmets, because those never existed outside of 19th century opera costumes and Hollywood imagination. Not the mindless barbarians either, because that image says more about the people who wrote about them than about the Vikings themselves. We're going to talk about real people, in a real place, at a real moment in history, who did something genuinely remarkable. Over the course of about 300 years, they sailed further than almost anyone in the medieval world. They reached Constantinople, one of the greatest cities on earth at the time. They reached Baghdad, trading silver and furs for silk and spices. They settled in Iceland and Greenland, and yes, they reached North America nearly 500 years before Columbus ever left Spain. And then, just as quietly as it began, their age came to an end. Not because they were defeated in some final, dramatic battle, though there were battles. Not because some outside force wiped them out. The Viking Age ended the way most historical ages end, slowly, through 1,000 small changes, until one day, without anyone quite noticing the exact moment, the world had simply become something different. That's the story I want to tell you tonight, not in a rush. Not with dramatic music swelling behind every sentence. Just slowly, carefully, the way you might tell a long story to someone you care about, on a night when neither of you has anywhere else to be. Let's go inside. The land that made them. To understand the Vikings, you first have to understand the land they came from, because almost nothing about their history makes sense without it. Scandinavia, in the 8th and 9th centuries, was not a single country, or even a handful of clearly defined kingdoms the way we might imagine kingdoms today. It was a patchwork of small, independent communities, spread out across a landscape that made travel by land almost unbearably difficult. Mountains cut through the middle of Norway like the spine of some enormous sleeping animal. Deep fjords sliced into the coastline, so narrow and steep-walled that a man standing at the bottom might not see the sun directly overhead until well past midday, even at the height of summer. Thick forests of pine and birch covered much of Sweden, dark and quiet, home to wolves and bears that farmers had learned, generation after generation, to respect and avoid. I want you to imagine, for a moment, standing on a hillside somewhere along the western coast of Norway, sometime in the early 800s. It's late afternoon. The air smells like pine sap and cold stone. Below you, the fjord stretches out, a long ribbon of dark water reflecting a sky the color of pewter. On the far shore, you can just make out a scattering of small farms, each one a cluster of low, turf-roofed buildings pressed close together against the wind. Thin lines of smoke rise from the roofs and drift sideways, caught by a breeze coming down off the mountains. Somewhere a dog barks twice and then falls silent. That's it. That's the whole visible world from where you're standing. No roads connecting one farm to the next. No church bells. No busy market square. Just water, stone, forest, and small pockets of human life, each one mostly on its own. This isolation shaped everything about how Scandinavian society worked. Because land travel was so difficult, water became the highway. Rivers, fjords, and the open sea connected communities in ways that roads never could. A man in western Norway might know more about what was happening in a coastal town 300 miles away, reachable by boat, than he knew about a farm sitting just over the mountain ridge behind his own house, because that farm might as well have been on the other side of the world if the only way to reach it was on foot through dense forest and rocky, uneven ground, and the land itself was not generous. This is something that often gets lost in the popular imagination of the Vikings as fierce warriors and daring explorers. Before any of that, they were farmers, and farming in Scandinavia was hard, unforgiving work. Only a small percentage of the land, especially in Norway, could actually support crops. The rest was mountain, forest, bog, or bare stone. Families worked small plots of barley and oats, raised cattle, sheep, and pigs, and depended heavily on the sea and the rivers for fish. A bad harvest wasn't an inconvenience. It was a genuine threat to survival, one that might mean a hungry winter, weakened livestock, or worse. Let's think about that for a moment, because it's easy to read past a sentence like that without letting it really sink in. In our world today, if a crop fails somewhere, we barely notice. Food travels across entire continents in refrigerated trucks and cargo ships, and a bad harvest in one region gets absorbed by supply chains most of us never think about. For a Norwegian farming family in the year 800, there was no such safety net. If the barley failed, if a late frost killed the young shoots, if a wet summer rotted the hay before it could be stored for winter, that family faced the coming cold season with less food, less to trade, and less margin for anything going wrong. Winters in Scandinavia are long, dark, and brutal, especially in the northern regions, where the sun might barely rise above the horizon for weeks at a time. Surviving one required careful planning, stored grain, salted or smoked meat and fish, and a great deal of luck with the weather. This constant pressure, this tightrope walk between a good year and a genuinely dangerous one, is part of why Scandinavian society developed the way it did. Families needed every able hand working, which meant that even young children had real responsibilities from an early age. It also meant that when a family grew too large for the land available to support it, someone had to leave and find land elsewhere. Inheritance laws in much of Scandinavia tended to favor the eldest son, which meant that younger sons, in particular, often faced a difficult choice. Stay and work someone else's land as a laborer, with limited prospects of ever owning property themselves, or leave and try to find opportunity somewhere else entirely. This detail matters more than it might seem at first, because it's part of the real explanation for why the Viking Age began at all, and it has almost nothing to do with the popular image of bloodthirsty raiders eager for plunder. A great deal of what drove Scandinavians out onto the sea in the 8th and 9th centuries was much more ordinary than that. It was land hunger. It was the simple, practical need of a growing population trying to survive on a landscape that couldn't easily support them all. Some historians also point to political consolidation happening slowly across Scandinavia during this period, as small chieftains began competing for control over larger territories, which pushed some of the losers of these local power struggles to seek their fortunes elsewhere. Others point to the growth of trade networks throughout the 8th century, which gave Scandinavian sailors increasing familiarity with the waters around them and increasing knowledge of what lay beyond their own coastlines. Most likely, it was some combination of all of these pressures at once, not one single cause, but many smaller ones, building up slowly, the way pressure builds in a kettle long before anyone notices the whistle. I want you to imagine a farm along one of these fjords, home to a family that has worked this same small stretch of land for generations. The farmhouse is long and low, built from timber and turf, with walls thick enough to hold in warmth through the coldest months. Inside, the air is smoky from the central hearth, which burns almost constantly, providing heat, light, and a place to cook. The floor is packed earth, sometimes covered with reeds or straw. Along the walls, raised wooden platforms serve as both seating during the day and sleeping areas at night, often shared by multiple family members huddled together for warmth. Livestock might even be kept in a section of the same building during the harshest part of winter, their body heat helping to keep the whole structure a few degrees warmer, their presence filling the air with a thick, earthy smell that the family would hardly have noticed after a lifetime of living alongside it. This was daily life for the vast majority of people who would later be called Vikings, a word, by the way, that didn't originally describe an entire people or culture. It described an activity. To go Viking in Old Norse meant to go on a raiding or trading expedition overseas. Not everyone in Scandinavia was a Viking in that sense. Most people were farmers who spent their entire lives working the land, tending animals, and rarely, if ever, setting foot on a longship bound for foreign shores. The Vikings, in the specific sense of raiders and explorers, were a portion of this broader Scandinavian population, men, mostly young, who left their farms for a season, sometimes several seasons, sometimes for the rest of their lives, to seek wealth, land, or adventure across the sea. Let's slow down here for a moment and really imagine an ordinary day on one of these farms, because it's these ordinary rhythms, more than any raid or battle, that actually filled most of the hours of most Viking Age lives. The day would begin early, often before full daylight, especially during the darker months. Someone, usually one of the older children or a servant, would stir the embers of the central hearth back into flame, feeding it with dry kindling kept close by for exactly this purpose. The smell of wood smoke would fill the room almost immediately, mixing with the lingering scent of the previous night's cooking, and the sound of the fire catching, that soft crackle and pop, would often be the first sound of the morning, followed by the low murmur of family members waking and beginning to move. Breakfast, if you could call it that, was usually simple. Porridge made from oats or barley, sometimes flavored with a bit of honey if the family kept bees, or eaten plain with a bit of salted butter if they didn't. Bread, when available, was dense and dark, made from whatever grain the region could produce, often mixed with other ingredients to stretch a limited supply of flour. Dried fish, smoked meat, and cheese rounded out a diet that, while limited by our standards, was carefully adapted to the resources available and the physical demands of a working farm. After eating, the family would scatter to their tasks, and here is where I think the daily texture of Viking Age life becomes genuinely fascinating, because it was so deeply woven into the rhythm of the natural world in a way that almost nothing in modern life resembles anymore. Livestock needed tending. Animals moved to pasture or brought in depending on the season, milk collected from cows and goats, wool sheared from sheep at the appropriate time of year, and set aside for spinning. Fields needed clearing of stones, plowing, planting, or harvesting, depending on the month. Fishing boats went out on calm days, bringing back cod, herring, or salmon depending on the season and the region, and much of that catch would need to be cleaned, salted, smoked, or dried immediately to preserve it for the leaner months ahead. Indoors, the work never really stopped either. Women in particular carried an enormous burden of labor that rarely gets the attention it deserves in popular retellings of Viking history. Spinning wool into thread, weaving that thread into cloth on large upright looms, sewing clothing, brewing ale, preserving food, managing the household stores of grain and dried goods, all of this fell primarily to the women of the household, alongside raising children and in many cases managing the farm's overall affairs whenever the men were away, whether on a trading voyage, a raid, or simply working in a distant field. We'll spend more time later tonight talking specifically about the lives of Viking Age women, because their role in this society was far more significant and in some ways far more independent than most people realize. As the day wore on, and depending on the season, there might be time in the evening for other kinds of work, carving wood into tools, utensils, or decorative items, repairing fishing nets or leather goods, sharpening blades. And as darkness fell and the family gathered again around the central hearth, there would often be time for something else entirely: storytelling. I want you to imagine this scene clearly, because it's one of the most beautiful and least talked about parts of Viking Age life. A longhouse in the evening, firelight flickering across timber walls, shadows dancing along the low ceiling. The smell of wood smoke, the occasional pop and hiss of the fire settling, the soft sounds of livestock shifting in their stalls if the animals were housed indoors that season. And in this warm, dim, smoky room, someone begins to speak. Maybe it's a grandmother, remembering a story her own grandmother told her decades earlier. Maybe it's a traveling guest, someone who has come from another farm, another fjord, another world entirely, carrying news and stories from places the family has never seen. The stories might be about gods and giants, about Odin wandering the earth in disguise, about Thor's hammer and the endless battle against the forces of chaos that threaten to unravel the world. Or they might be simpler stories, closer to home, about ancestors, about the founding of the farm, about a particularly harsh winter that the family had survived 2 generations earlier. This oral tradition, this culture of storytelling around the fire, was how history, mythology, law, and cultural values were passed down in a society where writing existed but was used sparingly, mostly for short inscriptions in runes rather than long written texts. Much of what we know today about Norse mythology actually comes from written sources compiled centuries later, after the Viking Age had ended, by writers in Iceland who were recording oral traditions that had been passed down by word of mouth for generations. This means our picture of Norse belief and storytelling is, in some ways, a bit like looking at a photograph taken long after the original event, filtered through later Christian scribes who were sometimes sympathetic to the old stories and sometimes clearly trying to reshape them. But even filtered through that later lens, we can catch glimpses of just how central storytelling was to daily life, how it filled the long, dark evenings of a Scandinavian winter with meaning, with entertainment, with a sense of connection to something larger than the small, hard-working world of a single farm. Let's pause here for just a moment and think about how different this rhythm of life was from anything most of us experience today. No electric light to push back the darkness whenever we wanted. No screens glowing in the dark. No endless stream of information and entertainment available at the tap of a finger. Just fire and voice and the slow turning of the seasons outside the walls. The night was long and genuinely dark in a way that most of us, living under the glow of streetlights and screens, can barely imagine anymore. And within that darkness, families created their own small pockets of warmth and light and connection, night after night, throughout a life that was hard, but also in its own way deeply rooted and stable. It's from this world, this quiet, hardworking, deeply seasonal world of small farms scattered along fjords and river valleys, that the Viking Age eventually emerged. Not from some sudden explosion of violence out of nowhere, but from centuries of slow development, growing populations, improving shipbuilding technology, expanding trade networks, political ambitions among local chieftains hoping to become kings. and beneath it all, that same practical, deeply human pressure that has driven migrations throughout history, the need to find enough land, enough resources, enough opportunity to give the next generation a chance at a decent life. In the next part of our story tonight, we're going to step inside one of these longhouses more closely and spend some real time exploring what daily life actually looked like, hour by hour, season by season. We'll talk about food, clothing, family structure, and the small comforts and hardships that filled an ordinary Viking Age life. But for now, let's just sit with this image a little longer. A fjord at dusk, smoke rising from turf roofs. A family gathered close around a fire, safe for one more night against the vast, dark, unpredictable world outside. Let's continue. A day in the Longhouse. I want you to imagine now, waking up inside one of these homes on an ordinary morning, somewhere along the coast of western Norway in the year 820 or so. Not a special day, not a day when anything historic is happening. Just an ordinary Tuesday, if they had Tuesdays the way we think of them, which they sort of did, since the very word Tuesday actually comes from Teo, an old Germanic god of war and law, a distant cousin of the Norse god Tyr. Even our modern calendar carries these small, quiet echoes of the world we're visiting tonight. The Longhouse itself deserves a slow, careful look, because it was such a central part of Viking Age life, and because the way it was built tells us so much about the people who lived inside it. These structures were typically long and narrow, sometimes stretching 60 or 70 feet from end to end, though the homes of wealthier families or important chieftains could be considerably larger. The frame was built from timber, heavy oak or pine posts driven into the ground and connected by crossbeams, and the walls were often made from a combination of wattle and daub, or sometimes turf stacked in thick blocks, both materials chosen for their ability to hold in warmth against the brutal Scandinavian winter. The roof, too, was often covered in turf, which meant that in summer, if you looked at a longhouse from a distance, you might see grass growing along the roofline, sometimes with wildflowers scattered across it, giving the building an odd, almost organic look, as if it had grown up out of the hillside rather than being built by human hands. Inside, the space was organized around function in ways that feel both foreign and strangely familiar. A long central hearth ran partway, or sometimes the full length of the main room, providing heat, light, and a place for cooking. Smoke would rise up and drift out through a hole in the roof, or sometimes simply seep out through gaps in the thatch or turf, which meant that the interior of a longhouse was almost always at least a little bit smoky, a detail that modern reconstructions sometimes soften, but that would have been a constant background sensory experience for anyone living in one of these homes. Your clothes would carry the smell, your hair would carry it. It would have been such a normal part of daily life that most people probably barely noticed it at all, the way we don't notice the low hum of a refrigerator running in our own kitchens. Raised wooden platforms lined the long walls on either side of the central hearth, and these platforms served multiple purposes throughout the day. During waking hours, they functioned as benches, places to sit while eating, working, or simply resting after a long day of physical labor. At night, they became sleeping areas, often covered with straw, furs, and woven blankets, and family members would sleep close together, both for warmth and simply because privacy, in the way we think of it today, was a much less central concept in a household where multiple generations, and sometimes even hired laborers or thralls, shared the same living space. Let's imagine this morning scene a bit more slowly. Someone, likely one of the household's women, is the first to rise, moving carefully in the near darkness to avoid stepping on sleeping family members or animals. She kneels by the hearth, where the previous night's fire has burned down to a bed of glowing embers, and begins the careful work of coaxing it back to life, adding dry kindling first, small twigs and shavings of birch bark, blowing gently until a flame catches, then feeding it larger pieces of wood as the fire strengthens. This is a skill that every household member would have learned from early childhood, the careful, patient art of fire tending, because a fire that went completely out overnight, especially in the depths of winter, could mean real hardship the next morning, precious time and resources spent trying to start a new one from scratch using flint and steel, or in earlier periods, a fire drill and considerable patience. As the fire builds and light begins to fill the room, other family members begin to stir. Children, wrapped in furs, blink awake and are given small tasks almost immediately, because in this world, childhood was not a long, protected period of pure play the way it often is in modern Western societies. Children as young as 5 or 6 were expected to help with simple chores, fetching water, feeding chickens if the family kept them, helping to card wool, and as they grew older, their responsibilities expanded steadily, until by their early teenage years, they were doing much of the same work as adults. I want you to imagine the smell of that breakfast porridge cooking over the hearth fire, a simple mixture of oats or barley boiled in water or milk, sometimes flavored with dried berries if any had been preserved from the previous autumn, sometimes eaten with a bit of honey stirred in for sweetness. The wooden bowls used for eating were often simple and functional, carved from local wood, and eating utensils were basic as well. A knife carried by nearly everyone, used for cutting food, cutting rope, whittling, and dozens of other daily tasks, functioning as a kind of universal tool in a way that we don't really have an equivalent for in modern life. Clothing, too, deserves a slow look here, because the popular image of Viking clothing, all fur and leather and metal, is only partially accurate, and mostly reflects the clothing of wealthier individuals or specific ceremonial contexts rather than everyday wear. For most people, clothing was made primarily from wool and linen, woven at home on large upright looms by the women of the household, a process that took an enormous amount of time and skill. Men typically wore a long-sleeved tunic reaching to the knee or thigh, paired with trousers, and an outer cloak fastened with a brooch or pin, the style and material of which could indicate a person's wealth and status. Women wore a long underdress, often linen, covered by an outer dress suspended from a pair of oval brooches at the shoulders, a distinctive style of dress that archaeologists have found repeated across Viking Age burial sites throughout Scandinavia and beyond, suggesting it was a widely recognized and consistent fashion across the broader Norse cultural world. Let's take a moment to really think about the labor behind clothing in this period, because it's a detail that's easy to skip past but genuinely staggering once you sit with it. Producing a single woolen garment required shearing sheep, cleaning and carding the wool, spinning it into thread using a hand-held spindle, a slow and repetitive process that could take many hours to produce even a modest amount of usable thread, and then weaving that thread into cloth on an upright loom, a process that itself could take days or even weeks depending on the size and complexity of the finished piece. Dyeing, if the family had access to dye plants or could trade for imported dyes, added yet another layer of time and skill. A single cloak or tunic might represent dozens, even hundreds, of hours of labor, almost entirely performed by women, which gives us a very different picture of who was actually doing the foundational, essential work that kept Viking Age society functioning day to day. Once the morning meal was finished, the household would scatter to its various tasks, shaped heavily by the season. In spring, there was fieldwork to be done, plowing and planting barley, oats, and in some regions, rye, using simple wooden plows sometimes tipped with iron, pulled by oxen where available. In summer, there was haymaking, an essential task because the hay harvested during the short Scandinavian summer would need to feed livestock through the long winter months when fresh pasture was buried under snow. Fishing continued throughout much of the year, weather permitting, with small boats going out to catch cod, herring, and other fish that could be dried or salted for preservation. Autumn brought harvest, the most intense and time-sensitive period of the agricultural year, when grain needed to be cut, threshed, and stored before the weather turned, and when livestock that couldn't be fed through the winter were slaughtered, their meat salted, smoked, or otherwise preserved to stretch the household's food supply as far as possible. And then came winter, the long, dark season that shaped so much of Scandinavian culture and character. With outdoor work largely impossible, life turned inward, both literally and figuratively. Families spent much more time indoors, and the pace of daily life slowed considerably, though it never fully stopped. Indoor crafts took center stage: weaving, woodworking, tool repair, leatherworking. This was also the season for the kind of storytelling we touched on earlier: long evenings spent around the fire, sharing myths, family histories, and news carried by traveling merchants or relatives visiting from other farms. It's worth pausing here to imagine just how quiet, how genuinely still, a Scandinavian winter night could be, snow muffling every sound outside. The only light coming from the hearth fire, and perhaps a simple oil lamp burning fish oil or animal fat, casting a small, flickering circle of light that left the corners of the room in deep shadow. The cold pressing in against the walls, held back by nothing more than turf, timber, and the warmth of bodies and fire inside. I think there's something genuinely moving about imagining a family, huddled together in that small circle of warmth and light, entirely dependent on each other, and on the fire they kept carefully tended through the night, while outside, an entire dark, frozen world stretched on for miles in every direction. Social life within this world extended beyond the individual household as well, though gatherings were less frequent and more significant than the constant social connectivity many of us experience today. Neighboring farms, often connected by boat rather than by road, would visit each other for important occasions. Weddings, funerals, seasonal festivals tied to the agricultural calendar, and the regular gatherings known as things, a word that has survived into modern English in a slightly different form, and which referred to local assemblies where free men gathered to settle disputes, make decisions affecting the community, and administer a form of early law. We'll spend more time on the thing assemblies a bit later tonight, because they reveal a surprisingly sophisticated and, in some ways, remarkably democratic aspect of Viking Age society that often gets overlooked entirely in favor of stories about raiding and conquest. Food, throughout all of this, remained a constant thread tying daily life together, and it's worth spending a little more time here, because diet tells us so much about how people actually lived. The Norse diet was built primarily around what the land and sea could provide locally, supplemented by trade goods when available. Barley was probably the most important grain, used for both bread and porridge, and also fermented into ale, which was consumed regularly by nearly everyone, including children in a diluted form, partly because it was often safer to drink than untreated water. Dairy products played a significant role as well, with milk, butter, cheese, and a fermented milk product called skyr, still eaten in Iceland today, forming an important part of the diet, particularly in regions well suited to raising cattle and goats. Meat was eaten, but perhaps less frequently and in smaller quantities than popular imagination suggests, since livestock represented significant ongoing value in terms of milk, wool, and labor, and slaughtering an animal meant losing all future production from it. Pork, mutton, goat, and beef were all consumed, particularly around seasonal slaughters in autumn, and preserved through salting, smoking, or drying to last through the winter months. Fish, however, was probably a more consistent daily source of protein for many coastal and river-adjacent communities, given the relative abundance of cod, herring, salmon, and other species in Scandinavian waters, along with the well-developed techniques for preserving fish that allowed it to be stored and traded across considerable distances. Dried cod in particular, sometimes called stockfish, became an important trade good in its own right, light enough to transport easily and capable of lasting for years if properly prepared and stored. Vegetables rounded out the diet where climate and soil allowed, including cabbage, onions, peas, and beans, along with wild foods gathered from forests and meadows. Berries, nuts, mushrooms, and various wild greens, all of which would have added welcome variety to a diet that could otherwise feel quite repetitive, particularly during the leaner months of late winter and early spring, before the first fresh foods of the new growing season became available. I want you to imagine, one more time, an evening meal in one of these longhouses near the end of a long working day. The hearth fire burning steadily, its light warm and orange against the timber walls. A large pot hanging over the flames, filled with a stew of preserved meat, barley, and whatever vegetables the household had on hand, the smell filling the entire room, mixing with wood smoke in a way that would have been deeply familiar and comforting to anyone who grew up in this kind of home. Wooden bowls passed around, filled with stew, accompanied perhaps by dense bread and a cup of ale. Conversation would flow slowly, the events of the day discussed, plans for tomorrow considered, and as the meal wound down and the youngest children grew sleepy, someone might begin telling a story, easing the household gently from the last of the day's labor into the quiet rest of the night ahead. This was the texture of ordinary Viking Age life. Hard, physical, deeply seasonal, and shaped by close relationships with family, land, and sea. It's a world that feels, in many ways, worlds away from anything most of us experience today, and yet there's something quietly familiar about it, too. The comfort of a warm meal after a long day, the pleasure of a good story told by firelight, the deep, bone-tired satisfaction of a day's honest labor finally finished. These are human experiences that connect us across more than 1,000 years, even as so much else about daily life has changed beyond recognition. In our next part, we're going to step outside the longhouse and down to the water's edge, because it's time to talk about the single technological achievement that made everything else in this story possible, the Viking longship. Without it, there would be no raids on English monasteries, no trade routes stretching to Constantinople and Baghdad, no settlements in Iceland or Greenland, and no voyage to a distant, unknown coastline that Europeans wouldn't rediscover for another 5 centuries. The ship was everything. So let's go take a closer look. The ship that changed the world. Let's go down to the water now, to a shipyard along the Norwegian coast, sometime in the early 9th century. I want you to imagine the sound first, before anything else, because sound carries so well over open water, and a shipyard was rarely quiet. The steady chunk of an axe biting into oak, the softer scrape of an adze shaving thin curls of wood from a plank's surface, men calling to each other across the yard, voices carrying easily in the cool, damp air. Somewhere nearby, gulls wheeling and crying over the water, drawn by the activity, or perhaps by fish guts discarded from a boat that had come in earlier that morning. The building of a longship was not a quick or casual undertaking. It represented a massive investment of time, skill, and resources, and it stood at the very center of everything the Viking Age would become. Without the longship, there is no Viking Age as we understand it, no raids, no trade empire stretching from Newfoundland to Baghdad, no settlements scattered across the North Atlantic. The ship made all of it possible, and it's worth spending real time understanding exactly how, because the answer reveals a level of engineering sophistication that often surprises people who think of the Vikings primarily as warriors rather than craftsmen. The foundation of Norse shipbuilding was a technique called clinker construction, sometimes called lapstrake, in which overlapping planks were fastened together along their edges, each plank slightly overlapping the one below it, creating a hull that was both remarkably strong and remarkably flexible. This flexibility mattered enormously, because it allowed the ship's hull to flex slightly with the movement of waves rather than remaining rigid, which reduced stress on the structure and made the ships more seaworthy in rough conditions than a more rigidly built vessel might have been. Shipbuilders selected their timber with enormous care, often seeking out trees whose natural curves matched the shape needed for particular parts of the ship. Since wood cut and shaped along its natural grain was far stronger than wood forced into a curved shape, it didn't naturally hold. Oak was the preferred material for the hull planking wherever it was available, prized for its strength and durability, though pine was also used, particularly for masts, given its straight growth and relative lightness. The process of splitting these logs was itself a skilled craft. Rather than sawing planks, which was less common in this period, and tended to waste more wood while also cutting across the grain in ways that weakened the final plank, Norse shipbuilders typically split logs radially, using wedges driven along the natural grain of the wood, producing planks that followed the wood's own structure and were consequently much stronger for their thickness. Iron rivets hammered by hand held the overlapping planks together, and the seams between planks were caulked with tarred wool or animal hair to keep the hull watertight, a maintenance task that would have needed regular attention throughout a ship's working life. I want you to imagine watching a master shipbuilder at work on the keel, the long central spine of the ship's hull that everything else would be built around. This piece needed to be cut from a single long, straight timber if at all possible, and getting it right was absolutely critical, since the entire structural integrity of the finished vessel depended on this foundation being both strong and properly shaped. The shipbuilder might spend days simply selecting the right tree, walking through nearby forests, examining trunks for straightness, checking for any sign of rot or weakness, before finally deciding on the one that would become the backbone of a ship that might carry 30 or more men across open ocean water for years to come. Once the keel was set, the shipbuilders would begin adding the overlapping planks, working upward and outward from the keel in a process that required both mathematical precision and an almost artistic sense of proportion, since the shape of the hull needed to balance seaworthiness, speed, and cargo capacity depending on the ship's intended purpose. A longship built for raiding needed to be fast and shallow drafted, capable of navigating rivers and beaching directly on open shoreline without need of a harbor, allowing raiders to strike quickly and retreat before local defenders could organize an effective response. A nar, the broader, deeper cargo ship used primarily for trade and long-distance settlement voyages, prioritized cargo capacity and stability in open ocean swells over speed and maneuverability, since these vessels might be carrying entire families, livestock, and household goods across the open North Atlantic toward Iceland or Greenland. Let's slow down and really imagine the finished longship, resting in the water for the first time, because this moment must have been genuinely thrilling for the people who had spent months, sometimes longer, bringing it into being. The hull, long and narrow, curved gracefully at bow and stern, often rising into an elegant, upswept point, sometimes carved into the shape of a dragon's head or some other creature, meant partly for decoration and partly, according to some later written sources, to frighten away hostile spirits when the ship approached foreign shores, though this detail comes from later medieval sources, and its accuracy for the earlier Viking Age is genuinely debated among historians. The hull's exterior would be lightly weathered wood, still smelling faintly of the tar used to seal its seams, mixed with the sharper scent of freshly cut timber wherever repairs or final touches had recently been made. A single square sail, woven from wool and often reinforced with leather strips in a diamond pattern, would be raised on a central mast, positioned roughly amidships. This sail represented its own significant achievement, since weaving enough fabric to catch wind effectively for a ship of this size required an enormous amount of wool, spun, dyed, and woven by teams of women working over an extended period. Another reminder that the labor of Viking Age women underpinned nearly every major achievement typically credited to Viking men. When the wind was favorable, this single sail could drive a longship at impressive speeds across open water, but when the wind failed, or when precise maneuvering was needed near a coastline or up a narrow river, the crew would rely on oars, sometimes as many as 30 or more along each side of the ship, rowed by the same men who would fight, trade, or settle once they reached their destination. I want you to imagine what it might have felt like to be one of those rowers, out on open water, far from any sight of land, the rhythmic creak of oars in their fittings, the steady splash and pull as 30 or more men worked in unison, a rhythm they would have practiced and refined over countless hours until it became almost automatic. Salt spray on your face, cold enough to sting on a rough day. The ship rising and falling with the swell beneath it, and the strange, quiet vastness of open ocean stretching in every direction, with nothing but the sky and the water to mark the passage of time. Norse sailors navigated this vast emptiness using a combination of accumulated experience, careful observation of the sun and stars, knowledge of prevailing winds and currents, and close attention to signs like the flight patterns of birds or the presence of certain types of seaweed that might indicate proximity to land. Some later sources describe the use of a sun compass or sunstone, a mineral capable of revealing the sun's position even on overcast days through its effect on polarized light, though the exact use and reliability of these tools remains a subject of ongoing historical and archaeological debate. Let's think for a moment about just how remarkable this navigational skill actually was, especially when we consider that Norse sailors were making these judgments without any of the instruments we would now consider basic for ocean navigation. No compass, at least not in the magnetic sense we use today. No sextant. No charts in the way we understand them, since detailed, accurate maps of the North Atlantic simply didn't exist yet in this period. Instead, sailors relied on generations of accumulated oral knowledge, passed down much the same way myths and family histories were passed down around the winter hearth fire. A captain might know, because his father and grandfather had told him, that if you sailed west from a certain point on the Norwegian coast and kept a certain star at a particular angle behind you, you would eventually sight land, and roughly how many days that journey should take under normal conditions. This kind of knowledge, built up slowly over generations of trial, error, and careful observation, allowed Norse sailors to undertake voyages that would have seemed impossibly risky to most other seafaring cultures of the period. The versatility of these ships deserves real appreciation too, because it's part of what made Viking expansion so effective across such a wide range of environments. The same basic hull design, with modifications suited to different purposes, could be used for raiding narrow, winding rivers deep into the heart of what is now Russia and Ukraine, for open ocean voyages across the roughest waters of the North Atlantic toward Iceland and Greenland, and eventually for coastal exploration along the unknown shoreline of North America. This adaptability meant that Norse sailors weren't limited to a single type of expansion. The same shipbuilding tradition that produced fast, shallow raiding vessels for striking English monasteries also produced the sturdy, deep-hulled cargo ships that carried entire families and their livestock across the open Atlantic to build new lives on volcanic islands that no European had ever settled before. I want you to imagine, briefly, the process of actually launching one of these ships for a major voyage, because it involved far more than simply pushing it into the water. Provisions needed to be carefully calculated and loaded: dried fish, smoked meat, hard bread, casks of ale or water, all of it needing to last for a journey whose exact duration could never be predicted with certainty, since weather could add days or even weeks to an expected crossing. Personal gear, weapons if the voyage was intended for raiding, trade goods if it was intended for commerce, tools and livestock if it was intended for settlement, all needed to be loaded and secured in a hull that offered surprisingly little protected storage space, meaning that crews and passengers often spent extended periods essentially exposed to the elements, wrapped in wool cloaks and animal hide covers, enduring cold, wet conditions that we would find almost unbearable today. And then finally, the moment of departure. Farewells exchanged on the shore, perhaps a wife or mother watching a husband or son climb aboard, uncertain when, or if she would see him again, since long voyages carried real and constant risk from storms, navigational error, or hostile encounters. The crew taking their positions at the oars, the ship easing away from shore, gradually gaining speed as the rowers found their rhythm, until the sail could be raised and the wind took over the work of propulsion, and the coastline of home slowly receded behind them, eventually disappearing entirely below the horizon, leaving nothing but open water in every direction. This ship, this remarkable piece of engineering built from careful craftsmanship, hard-won generational knowledge, and an enormous amount of collective labor, is really the true hero of the Viking Age, more than any individual warrior or king. It's what allowed a relatively small population, scattered across a difficult and unforgiving landscape, to reach further, trade more widely, and settle more distant lands than almost any other culture in medieval Europe. In our next section, we're going to follow this ship out onto the open water and toward that first, famous raid that shocked the medieval world, the attack on the monastery at Lindisfarne. But I want you to hold on to this image for a moment longer, the ship at sea, oars rising and falling in steady rhythm, sail full against a gray northern sky, carrying its crew toward destinations both familiar and entirely unknown. Let's continue. Why they left before we follow that ship any further, I think it's worth pausing to really sit with the question of why, exactly, so many Scandinavians chose to leave home at all during this period, because the answer is more layered and more human than the simple explanation of greed or bloodlust that so often gets attached to the Vikings in popular imagination. We touched earlier on the pressures of land scarcity, particularly in Norway, where the mountainous terrain left only a small fraction of the total land area suitable for farming. This pressure grew more acute as populations increased across Scandinavia during the 7th and 8th centuries, a period of relative agricultural stability, and in some regions, improving climate conditions that allowed for somewhat more reliable harvests than in earlier centuries. More reliable harvests meant, over time, more surviving children, and more surviving children meant more people competing for a finite, and in many areas, already fully occupied supply of good farmland. I want you to imagine a specific, ordinary situation that would have played out on countless farms across Norway during this period. A father aging with 3 sons. Under the inheritance customs common in much of Scandinavia, the family farm, along with the bulk of the family's wealth and status, would typically pass to the eldest son upon the father's death. The younger sons faced a genuinely difficult set of choices. They might remain on the family farm, working essentially as unpaid labor under their older brother's authority, a position that offered security but very little independence or prospect of ever building something of their own. They might attempt to acquire land elsewhere, though good land within Norway itself was becoming increasingly scarce and expensive as competition for it intensified. Or they might look outward, toward the sea, toward the possibility of wealth, land, or opportunity somewhere beyond the borders of a homeland that simply couldn't offer them enough. This dynamic, repeated across countless families over multiple generations, created a substantial and continuously renewing population of young men with strong incentives to seek their fortunes overseas. Some of these men went as raiders, hoping to gather enough portable wealth, silver, precious objects, sometimes captives who could be ransomed or sold, to return home and purchase land or establish an independent household. Others went as traders, building commercial relationships and accumulating wealth through legitimate exchange rather than violence. And still others went as settlers, seeking entirely new land to farm in places like the Scottish Islands, Iceland, and eventually Greenland, places where the normal rules of inheritance and established land ownership that constrained them at home simply didn't apply, at least not yet. Political factors mattered too, and this is a piece of the story that often gets underappreciated. Throughout the 8th and 9th centuries, Scandinavia was gradually moving away from a landscape of many small, independent chieftainships toward a smaller number of larger, more centralized kingdoms. This process, which would eventually produce the unified kingdoms of Norway, Denmark, and Sweden that we recognize today, was neither quick nor peaceful. Ambitious chieftains fought each other for control over territory and the loyalty of local farmers and warriors, and this ongoing competition created both winners and losers. Chieftains who lost these local power struggles, along with their followers and supporters, often found it wise, or simply necessary, to leave the region entirely rather than remain under the authority of a rival who had just defeated them. Some of the earliest and most successful Viking raiding expeditions were led by exactly this kind of displaced or ambitious chieftain, men looking to rebuild their wealth, reputation, and following through successful ventures overseas, since success in raiding or trading could translate directly into the kind of prestige and resources needed to reestablish or even improve one's political standing back home. There's also the matter of accumulated knowledge and improving technology, which we touched on in our discussion of shipbuilding. By the late 8th century, Scandinavian sailors had spent generations developing an intimate familiarity with the waters around their own coastlines, and increasingly with the waters beyond. Trade contacts with regions further south and east, including the Frankish territories of continental Europe and various Slavic and Baltic peoples to the east, had been developing steadily throughout this period, giving Scandinavian sailors and merchants growing knowledge of what lay beyond their immediate horizons, along with growing confidence in their ability to reach these more distant places safely and profitably. The technology of the longship itself, as we discussed, had been refined over generations to the point where it offered a genuinely superior combination of speed, shallow draft, and open ocean seaworthiness compared to most other vessels available anywhere in Europe at the time. This technological edge meant that Scandinavian raiders could strike coastal and even some inland targets with a speed and unpredictability that local defenders, accustomed to slower-moving threats, were simply unprepared to counter. And finally, we should acknowledge, honestly and without excessive judgment, that opportunity and reward genuinely mattered as motivations too. Western Europe in the late 8th century, particularly the British Isles and parts of the Frankish kingdoms, contained numerous monasteries and churches that had, over preceding centuries, accumulated significant wealth in the form of precious metal objects, from communion vessels to ornate book covers to reliquaries containing what were believed to be sacred relics. These religious institutions were often poorly defended, since they existed within a broader Christian European context where attacking a church or monastery was considered a serious moral and religious transgression, one that most potential raiders within that shared cultural and religious world would have hesitated to commit. Scandinavian raiders, operating from entirely outside that religious and cultural framework, felt no such hesitation, and they quickly recognized that these wealthy, poorly defended religious sites represented an extraordinarily attractive target, offering the possibility of significant wealth gained relatively quickly and with comparatively limited risk, at least in these earliest raids, before European defenses began to adapt. I want to be careful here not to reduce this entire, complex historical movement to a single tidy explanation, because that would be a disservice to just how layered and genuinely human the real story is. It wasn't simply poverty driving desperate men to violence. It wasn't simply greed driving already comfortable men toward plunder. It wasn't simply political ambition or technological advantage or growing geographic knowledge operating in isolation from everything else. It was all of these forces at once, interacting and reinforcing each other across multiple generations, creating a set of conditions in which going overseas, whether to raid, trade, or settle, became an increasingly attractive and increasingly accessible option for a growing number of Scandinavians. Let's imagine one more time that young second son we talked about earlier, standing at the edge of his family's farm on a spring morning, watching his older brother direct the planting of that year's barley crop, a crop and a farm that will never belong to him no matter how hard he works. Perhaps he has heard stories, carried back by traders or by men who had gone raiding in previous seasons, of wealth to be found across the sea, of a Frankish trading town where furs and amber could be exchanged for silver, of English monasteries containing more precious metal than most Norwegian farms would see in a lifetime, of islands far to the west, uninhabited by any prior claim, where a man willing to make the crossing could establish a farm of his own, answerable to no older brother. No local chieftain, nothing but the land and the sea and his own determination to make something of the opportunity in front of him. This is the human reality behind the Viking Age, far more than any simple story of savage warriors descending on peaceful, innocent victims. It was a movement driven by the same fundamental human pressures that have driven migrations throughout history everywhere in the world. The search for land, for opportunity, for a chance to build a better life than the one available at home. That some of this movement took the form of violent raiding doesn't erase this underlying human reality, but understanding that underlying reality does help us see the Vikings as genuinely complex historical actors, rather than as a cartoonish caricature of pure, senseless violence. In our next section, we're finally going to follow those ships all the way to that morning in 793, the raid on Lindisfarne, and we'll spend some real time understanding what actually happened there, why it shocked the medieval world so deeply, and what it set in motion for the centuries that followed. But I wanted us to arrive at that moment with a fuller understanding of the people in those ships, not as monsters emerging from nowhere, but as young men shaped by land, family, politics, and opportunity, setting out toward a horizon that held both danger and possibility in roughly equal measure. Let's continue. Lindisfarne and the first raids, let's go back now to that morning we began with, because it's time to look at it more closely, and to understand both what happened and why it left such a lasting mark on European memory. The island of Lindisfarne sits just off the northeast coast of England, close enough to the mainland that it can be reached on foot during low tide, when the sea retreats and exposes a wide stretch of sand and mudflats connecting the island to the shore. At high tide, though, Lindisfarne becomes fully isolated, a small, windswept piece of land surrounded entirely by water. In the late 8th century, this island was home to a monastery of considerable importance and reputation, founded generations earlier by Irish monks and closely associated with Saint Cuthbert, one of the most venerated religious figures in early English Christianity. The monastery held not only religious significance, but also real material wealth, accumulated over decades through donations, careful management, and the kind of steady, patient prosperity that well-established religious institutions often achieved during this period. I want you to imagine the monastery itself on an ordinary evening, the night before the raid, because understanding what was lost helps us understand why the event shocked contemporaries so deeply. Stone and timber buildings, clustered close together against the near-constant wind coming off the North Sea. A modest church at the center, containing an altar adorned with precious metal objects, chalices, crosses, and reliquaries, some inlaid with gems, all representing not just monetary value but deep spiritual significance to the community that had gathered and cared for them. A library containing hand-copied manuscripts that represented months or even years of painstaking labor by monks working with quill and ink under difficult lighting conditions. Texts that preserved both religious knowledge and, in some cases, historical and scientific learning that had been carefully gathered and transmitted across generations. Monks moving through their evening routine of prayer, work, and rest, following a rhythm of life that had continued largely unbroken for generations, protected as far as anyone imagined, both by their isolation and by the broader unwritten rule across Christian Europe that religious sites, however wealthy, were simply not appropriate targets for armed violence. That protection, real or imagined, evaporated on the morning the Norse ships arrived. According to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, one of the primary written sources describing the event, the raiders struck with brutal efficiency, killing some of the monks, taking others captive, likely intended for sale as slaves, and stripping the monastery of its portable wealth before departing as quickly as they had arrived. The Chronicle's account, along with a famous letter written shortly afterward by the English scholar Alcuin, who was serving at the court of the Frankish Emperor Charlemagne at the time, conveys a sense of genuine shock and horror that goes well beyond simple concern over the material losses involved. Alcuin's letter is worth pausing on for a moment, because it reveals so much about how contemporaries understood this event, and it gives us some of the most direct, emotionally resonant language surviving from the period. He wrote of the raid as an almost unimaginable violation, framing it not merely as an act of violence, but as a genuinely shocking rupture in the expected order of the world, an attack on a place that should have been, by every standard his culture understood, safe from exactly this kind of assault. This sense of violated sanctity, more than the material losses themselves, likely explains much of why Lindisfarne became such an enduring symbol, remembered and referenced for centuries afterward, as the moment the Viking Age truly began, even though, as we'll see, Scandinavian raiding and trading activity had almost certainly been developing gradually for some time before this particular, well-documented attack. It's worth being honest here about the limits of our historical sources for this period. We have relatively few written accounts describing Viking raids from this early period, and nearly all of them come from the perspective of the victims, primarily Christian monks and clergy who had every reason to portray the raiders in the most negative possible light, and who were, understandably, writing from a place of genuine trauma and fear rather than dispassionate historical analysis. This doesn't mean these accounts are false. The violence they describe was almost certainly real, but it does mean we should hold our picture of these events with some appropriate humility, recognizing that we're seeing this history largely through the eyes of people who had every reason to remember and record it in its most frightening and dramatic form. What we can say with reasonable confidence is that the raid on Lindisfarne was not, in fact, the very first contact between Scandinavian raiders and the British Isles, even though it became the most famous and most frequently cited starting point for the Viking Age in later historical memory. Some scholars point to slightly earlier, less well-documented raids along the English and Frankish coastlines in the decades before 793, suggesting that Scandinavian sailors had already begun testing the waters, so to speak, probing for vulnerable targets and gradually building the knowledge and confidence that would fuel the much larger wave of raiding that followed throughout the 9th century. Lindisfarne's fame likely owes less to its being genuinely unprecedented and more to the prominence and prestige of the monastery itself, combined with the eloquence and wide circulation of Alcuin's response, which ensured that this particular event, more than earlier, less documented raids, became fixed in written memory as the defining opening moment of an entire historical era. I want you to imagine, though, what it might have felt like to live through the years immediately following that raid, along the coastlines of England, Ireland, and continental Europe, because the psychological impact of these early attacks was genuinely profound, and it shaped both religious and political life for generations. Coastal monasteries, previously among the safest and most stable institutions in early medieval society, suddenly found themselves exposed and vulnerable in a way that upended centuries of assumed security. Some monastic communities began relocating further inland, away from easily accessible coastlines and river mouths. Others began fortifying their previously open religious sites, a genuinely significant shift in how these communities understood their relationship to the wider, increasingly dangerous world around them. Local rulers, too, faced growing pressure to organize more effective coastal defenses, though this process would take decades to develop into anything approaching a systematic, reliable response. The raids that followed Lindisfarne over the coming decades expanded steadily in both scale and geographic reach. Monasteries at Jarrow, Iona, and numerous other sites along the coastlines of England, Scotland, and Ireland faced similar attacks throughout the following years, and Norse raiders gradually grew bolder, moving beyond isolated coastal targets to attacks further inland, following rivers deep into territory that had previously felt entirely secure from this kind of threat. By the middle of the 9th century, what had begun as isolated, hit-and-run raids on vulnerable coastal targets had evolved into something considerably larger and more sustained. Norse forces began wintering over in England and Ireland rather than returning home each season, establishing semi-permanent bases from which they could launch further campaigns, and eventually, in some regions, these temporary camps evolved into permanent settlements. Let's slow down here and think carefully about what actually made these raids so effective from a purely practical standpoint, because it wasn't simply a matter of Norse warriors being more skilled or more violent than their opponents, a framing that tends to flatten a much more interesting and specific set of tactical and technological advantages. The shallow draft of the longship, which we discussed earlier, allowed Norse raiders to sail up rivers and even beach directly on open shoreline, striking targets that a more conventional, deeper-hulled vessel simply couldn't reach. This gave Norse raiders a level of tactical flexibility and unpredictability that local defenders, accustomed to threats arriving by established roads or through predictable, defensible ports, struggled to counter. Speed compounded this advantage. A raiding party could land, strike a target, gather whatever wealth and captives they could quickly seize, and depart, often before any organized local defense force could even be assembled and brought to the scene. This hit-and-run approach meant that even relatively small raiding parties, sometimes numbering only a few dozen men, could inflict significant damage and escape with minimal risk to themselves, a calculation that made raiding an attractive and relatively low-risk venture, at least in these earlier decades before European defenses began adapting more effectively. I think it's also worth pausing to imagine the experience from the perspective of the raiders themselves, not to excuse the violence involved, but simply to understand it more fully as a human experience rather than an abstract historical event. Imagine being one of those young men we discussed earlier, a second or third son with limited prospects at home, standing on the deck of a longship as it approaches an unfamiliar coastline. There would have been real fear mixed with anticipation, since raiding was a dangerous undertaking with no guarantee of survival or success. There would have been the discomfort and physical exhaustion of a long sea voyage, cold, wet, cramped conditions endured for days or weeks before ever reaching the target. And there would have been, presumably, some combination of genuine religious or cultural indifference toward Christian institutions specifically, since these raiders operated from entirely outside the Christian moral framework that constrained potential raiders within Christian Europe itself, combined with straightforward economic calculation about where wealth could most easily and safely be acquired. The wealth gained through successful raiding flowed back into Scandinavian society in ways that had real, lasting effects on the broader culture and economy. Silver, precious objects, and captives brought home from raids could be used to purchase land, establish independent households, fund further expeditions, or simply improve a family's standing and comfort. Successful raiders gained not just material wealth, but also prestige and reputation, qualities that mattered enormously in a society where personal honor and standing carried real social and political weight. Sagas and oral traditions, later written down in places like Iceland, celebrated successful raiders and their exploits, creating a cultural feedback loop in which raiding success brought social rewards that, in turn, encouraged further raiding by young men hoping to achieve similar recognition and reward. It's worth being clear, though, that raiding was never the sole or even necessarily the primary activity of most Scandinavians during this period, even at the height of the Viking Age. Trade, which we'll explore in much more depth in our next section, likely involved far more people and generated far more sustained economic value over the long run than raiding did, even though raiding captures so much more of our popular historical imagination today. Many Scandinavian voyages during this period combined elements of both trade and raiding, adjusting their approach based on the strength or weakness of whatever coastline or settlement they encountered. A well-defended trading town might be approached peacefully, with goods exchanged through negotiation and mutual benefit. A poorly defended monastery or isolated village might instead be raided outright. This pragmatic, opportunistic flexibility, adjusting tactics based on circumstances, rather than following some fixed, singular approach to every encounter characterized Norse activity throughout this period far more accurately than the simpler, more dramatic image of purely violent raiders that has come to dominate popular memory. As we move forward into the 9th century, and eventually into the 10th, we'll see this activity evolve and diversify even further, from isolated raiding into large-scale conquest and settlement, from opportunistic plunder into sophisticated, long-distance trade networks stretching across most of the known world at the time. But I wanted us to spend real time here, at this early moment, with the raid that started it all in the eyes of medieval chroniclers, because it's here that the popular image of the Viking first took shape, an image that would prove both powerful and, in many ways, incomplete, obscuring far more of the real history than it ever managed to reveal. Let's take a slow breath here, and imagine, one more time, that quiet monastery on its island, the night before everything changed. The tide receding slowly across the mudflats, candlelight flickering in small stone rooms, monks settling in for evening prayers, entirely unaware that within hours their world, and in some ways the wider world of medieval Europe, was about to shift onto a different course entirely. History rarely announces itself in advance. It simply arrives one ordinary morning, and everything afterward is understood in relation to what came before. Let's continue and follow this story eastward now, toward rivers and cities that most people don't usually associate with the Vikings at all. Eastward, toward silk and silver, most people, when they picture the Vikings, picture them heading west, toward England, Ireland, and eventually across the Atlantic. And that story matters enormously. We'll spend plenty more time with it tonight. But there's another direction entirely, one that gets far less attention in popular retellings, and it's a direction that reveals just how far and how differently Norse ambition actually reached. I want you to imagine, instead of a longship approaching the coast of England, a smaller, sturdier boat moving slowly up a wide, slow-moving river somewhere in what is now western Russia, sometime in the early 9th century. The banks on either side are lined with dense forest, birch and pine crowding close to the water's edge. The air smells different here than it does on the open sea, earthier, thick with the scent of damp soil and vegetation, mixed with wood smoke drifting from settlements along the riverbank. The men in this boat are Norse, likely from what is now Sweden, since it was primarily Swedish Vikings, sometimes called the Rus, who pushed eastward into this river system, while Norwegian and Danish Vikings tended to focus their attention westward toward the British Isles and the European mainland. These eastern-focused Scandinavians followed a network of rivers, the Volga and the Dnieper being the two most important, that connected the Baltic Sea all the way to the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea, linking Scandinavia through an impressively long and complex journey to the Byzantine Empire in the south and the Islamic caliphates further east. This was not a quick or easy route. It required navigating long stretches of river, sometimes portaging boats overland between waterways where rivers didn't directly connect, a grueling process that involved physically dragging or carrying boats and cargo across land, sometimes for considerable distances, before relaunching on the next river system. Along the way, these traders and settlers established fortified trading posts and towns, gradually building a network of settlements that would eventually give rise to some of the earliest organized political structures in the region that would become Russia and Ukraine. The word Rus itself, from which the modern name Russia ultimately derives, likely comes from an Old Norse term, possibly related to the word for rowing, or for the men who did the rowing, reflecting the significant role these Scandinavian traders and settlers played in the early political and economic development of this region. The exact nature and extent of this Norse influence remains a genuinely debated topic among historians, sometimes called the Normanist controversy, with some scholars emphasizing the foundational role of Scandinavian settlers in establishing early Rus political structures, and others emphasizing the more substantial and enduring role of local Slavic populations, who vastly outnumbered the Norse newcomers and whose culture, language, and traditions ultimately absorbed and transformed whatever Scandinavian elements had been introduced. The most balanced current understanding suggests a genuine blending, Norse traders and warriors providing certain organizational and military structures in the earliest period, while rapidly intermarrying with and culturally assimilating into the much larger local Slavic population within just a few generations. I want you to imagine the city of Kiev, an early and increasingly important center along this river trade network, growing steadily throughout the 9th and 10th centuries into a genuinely significant trading hub. Merchants here dealt in furs, prized throughout the Byzantine and Islamic worlds for their warmth and their association with wealth and status, along with honey, wax, and uncomfortably but historically accurately enslaved people, captured through raiding or purchased from other groups, who represented one of the most valuable and consistently traded commodities moving along this entire eastern route. In exchange, Norse and Rus traders received silver, in particular in the form of coins minted throughout the Islamic caliphates, along with silk, spices, wine, and various luxury goods that would have been entirely unavailable within Scandinavia itself. This eastern trade route eventually led all the way to Constantinople, capital of the Byzantine Empire, and at the time likely the largest, wealthiest, and most sophisticated city that any of these Scandinavian travelers would ever encounter. The Norse called this city Miklagard, meaning something like the Great City, and reaching it represented the culmination of an extraordinarily long and difficult journey down the river systems and across the Black Sea. I want you to imagine what it must have felt like for a young Swedish trader or warrior, having grown up on a small farm along some quiet Scandinavian fjord, to finally arrive at the walls of Constantinople and see, for the first time, a city of genuinely staggering scale by the standards of the period, protected by massive stone fortifications, filled with towering churches capped in gold and brilliant mosaic, its harbor crowded with ships from across the entire Mediterranean and beyond. Its markets offering an overwhelming variety of goods that would have been almost unimaginable back home. Some of these Norse travelers didn't simply trade with Constantinople and return home. A significant number entered Byzantine military service directly, forming what became known as the Varangian Guard, an elite unit of Norse and later broader Scandinavian, and eventually mixed Northern European mercenaries who served as personal bodyguards to the Byzantine emperor himself. This was considered an extraordinarily prestigious and lucrative position, and surviving runestones back in Scandinavia carved memorial stones raised by families to commemorate deceased relatives, sometimes specifically mention men who had traveled to Byzantium and served in this famous guard, occasionally noting that they died there, far from the fjords and forests where they had been born, having spent years, sometimes decades, of their lives in the service of an empire on the other side of the known world from their childhood homes. Let's slow down and think about what this really tells us about the scope of Viking Age ambition and mobility, because it's genuinely remarkable when you sit with it. A young man born on a farm along a Norwegian or Swedish fjord, whose grandparents had likely never traveled more than a few dozen miles from their birthplace in their entire lives, might find himself, within a single generation, serving as a personal bodyguard to the emperor of the most sophisticated empire in the medieval world, stationed in a city more populous and more architecturally magnificent than anything he could have imagined growing up. This kind of dramatic, rapid social and geographic mobility was genuinely unusual for the period, and it speaks to just how expansive and interconnected the Viking Age world actually was, reaching not just westward toward England and the North Atlantic, but eastward as well, toward Byzantium, and even further, toward the Islamic world. Trade with the Islamic caliphates, in particular, generated an enormous and archaeologically well-documented flow of silver into Scandinavia during this period. Hoards of Islamic silver coins, called dirhams, have been discovered buried across Scandinavia in truly remarkable quantities, sometimes in hoards containing thousands of individual coins, buried presumably for safekeeping by wealthy traders or landowners, and for whatever reason, whether death, misfortune, or simply forgotten circumstance, never recovered by their original owners. These archaeological finds give us direct, tangible evidence of just how extensive and economically significant this Eastern trade network actually was, connecting small Scandinavian farming communities through an impressively long chain of river routes and trading posts, all the way to the mints of Baghdad and Samarkand. I want you to imagine, for a moment, a Norse trader returning home after a long Eastern expedition, arriving back at his family's farm along some quiet Swedish inlet after months, perhaps even years away. He carries with him silver coins bearing Arabic script that neither he nor anyone in his community can read, along with silk fabric of a quality and fineness that no Scandinavian loom could ever produce, and stories, endless stories, of cities and peoples and landscapes that his family and neighbors, gathered around the evening fire, would have found almost impossible to fully picture. These stories, passed along through the same oral tradition we discussed earlier, would have gradually woven themselves into the broader cultural fabric of Viking Age Scandinavia, expanding the community's understanding of just how large and varied the wider world actually was, even as most people, the vast majority who never left home at all, continued living lives shaped primarily by the much smaller, more immediate rhythms of farm, fjord, and season. This Eastern trade network also brought new religious and cultural influences flowing back into Scandinavia, alongside the silver and silk. Traders returning from Byzantium and the Islamic world would have encountered Christianity and Islam directly, in their most sophisticated and institutionally developed forms, long before Christianity became the dominant religion across Scandinavia itself through the slower, more gradual process we'll discuss later tonight. Some historians suggest that this Eastern exposure to established, literate, institutionally organized religious traditions may have subtly influenced how Scandinavian society eventually approached its own religious transformation in the following centuries, though this remains a more speculative area of historical interpretation compared to the well-documented material evidence of trade itself. It's worth pausing here, too, to acknowledge honestly that this Eastern trade, like Viking activity more broadly, involved real human suffering, alongside its genuine economic and cultural achievements. The trade in enslaved people that flowed along these river routes represented profound human tragedy for the individuals involved, people captured through raiding or warfare, torn from their homes and communities, and transported, often under brutal conditions, to be sold in markets far from anywhere they had ever known. This aspect of Viking Age economic life deserves honest acknowledgement alongside the more celebrated aspects of trade and craftsmanship, because a full and honest historical picture requires holding both truths together. Genuine commercial sophistication and cultural exchange, existing alongside very real human exploitation and suffering, in a period when such exploitation was tragically common across most of the world, though no less real or significant for that broader historical context. As we continue our journey tonight, I want us to carry this Eastern story alongside the more familiar Western one, because the Viking Age was never a single, simple narrative of raiding and conquest in one direction. It was a genuinely global phenomenon, for its time, reaching outward from Scandinavia in multiple directions simultaneously, westward toward England, Ireland, and eventually across the open Atlantic, and eastward along river systems toward Byzantium and the Islamic world, each direction producing its own distinct blend of raiding, trading, settlement, and cultural exchange, together weaving Scandinavia into a genuinely vast and interconnected medieval world. Now let's turn our attention westward again, because it's time to talk about the islands. Iceland first, a place of fire and ice that would become one of the most remarkable settlement stories in the entire Viking Age. Iceland, a land with no one to conquer, there's something genuinely different about the story of Iceland compared to almost every other chapter of Viking expansion we've discussed so far, and I think it's worth sitting with that difference for a while, because it reveals a side of Norse expansion that gets far less attention than raiding or conquest, but which arguably had a more lasting and distinctive cultural legacy. Iceland, when Norse settlers first began arriving in significant numbers during the second half of the 9th century, was almost entirely uninhabited. There is some limited evidence from later Icelandic written sources of a small number of Irish monks who may have briefly lived on the island before the Norse arrived, seeking the kind of extreme isolation valued by certain strands of early Christian monastic tradition. But if these monks existed, and the evidence remains somewhat uncertain, they appear to have left, or perhaps simply died out, without establishing any lasting population. This meant that Norse settlement of Iceland, unlike the raids and eventual conquests occurring in England, Ireland, and elsewhere, involved no indigenous population to displace, fight, or negotiate with. It was, in the most literal sense, an empty land, waiting to be claimed by whoever arrived first, and was willing to do the difficult work of actually surviving there. I want you to imagine the first sight of this island from the deck of an approaching longship, because it must have been a genuinely strange and striking experience. Iceland's coastline rises dramatically from the sea, volcanic in origin, with black sand beaches giving way to green hills and further inland, jagged mountains, some of them active volcanoes capable of sudden, dramatic eruption. Glaciers cap many of the higher elevations even in summer, creating a landscape that combines fire and ice in a way that must have seemed almost mythological to the first Norse settlers, and which indeed became deeply woven into later Icelandic literature and folklore. The interior of the island, even today, remains largely uninhabitable, a vast highland region of volcanic rock, glacial rivers, and geothermal activity, meaning that Norse settlement concentrated almost entirely along the coastal lowlands and river valleys where farming was actually possible. According to later Icelandic written sources, particularly a text called the Landnámabók, or Book of Settlements, compiled in the 12th and 13th centuries but drawing on earlier oral tradition, the first permanent Norse settler was a man named Ingolfur Arnarsson, who arrived around the year 874 and established a farm at a location he named Reykjavik, meaning something like Smoky Bay, likely a reference to the geothermal steam rising from hot springs in the area. A name that endures today as the capital city of modern Iceland. Following Ingolfur, a steady wave of Norse settlers arrived over the following decades, drawn by the promise of unclaimed land, a promise that had become increasingly rare and valuable back in an increasingly crowded and politically consolidated Norway. I want you to imagine one of these settler families arriving on the Icelandic coast for the first time, everything they owned packed into the hold of a broad, deep nar, the sturdy cargo vessel we discussed earlier, built specifically for long ocean voyages carrying substantial cargo rather than for the speed and shallow draft needed for raiding. This cargo would have included not just personal belongings and tools, but livestock too, since establishing a new farm required cattle, sheep, goats, sometimes horses, all of which needed to survive an extended and often rough ocean crossing, confined in a ship's hold before ever setting foot on Icelandic soil. The stress of that crossing, both on the animals and on the family members caring for them in cramped, difficult conditions, would have been considerable, and some animals almost certainly didn't survive the journey, a real economic loss that settling families had to plan for and absorb as part of the overall risk of relocation. Upon arrival, according to some later saga accounts, a settler might follow a specific ritual for claiming land, tossing the carved wooden pillars from his high seat, a symbolically important piece of furniture from his previous home, into the sea as the ship approached shore, and then settling wherever those pillars eventually washed ashore, understanding this location as having been chosen by the gods themselves. Whether this practice was universal, or perhaps more of a literary and cultural motif emphasized in later saga writing rather than a strictly followed reality, remains debated among historians, but it captures something true about how deeply these settlers understood their new lives as being shaped by forces larger than simple practical calculation, a blend of pragmatism and genuine spiritual significance running through even the most basic decisions of where and how to build a new home. The work of actually establishing a farm in this new land was, by any measure, extraordinarily demanding. Iceland's climate, despite its name, is considerably milder than one might expect, warmed somewhat by ocean currents, but it remained a genuinely challenging environment for agriculture, with a short growing season, limited arable land, and a landscape prone to sudden volcanic disruption that could destroy crops and pasture land with little warning. Settlers cleared what limited woodland existed, primarily birch scrub, rather than the substantial forests found in mainland Scandinavia, for building material and fuel, a process that, over the following centuries, led to significant and largely irreversible deforestation across much of the island, altering the landscape and contributing to soil erosion problems that affected Icelandic agriculture for centuries afterward. A sobering early example of how even a relatively small human population could meaningfully reshape a fragile island ecosystem. Let's slow down and imagine daily life on one of these early Icelandic farms, because in many ways it would have closely resembled the Norwegian farming life we described earlier, adapted to a new and challenging environment. The same turf and timber longhouses, though timber itself became an increasingly precious and carefully conserved resource in Iceland, given the island's limited forest cover, meaning that Icelandic buildings often relied even more heavily on turf construction than their Norwegian counterparts, with correspondingly thick walls that provided excellent insulation against the island's harsh winter winds. The same daily rhythm of livestock tending, dairy production, fishing, and seasonal labor adapted to Iceland's particular growing seasons and available resources. Sheep in particular became central to Icelandic farming life, well suited to the island's terrain and climate, providing wool, meat, and dairy products that formed the backbone of the Icelandic economy for centuries to come. And the distinctive Icelandic sheep breed, descended directly from animals brought over on those original Viking Age settlement voyages, remains recognizable and economically important on the island even today. What made Iceland genuinely distinctive, though, wasn't simply its physical landscape, but the social and political structure that developed among its settlers, largely free from the kind of centralized royal authority that was simultaneously consolidating back in mainland Scandinavia. Iceland developed a unique system of governance built around local and eventually national assemblies called things, gatherings of free landowning men who came together to resolve disputes, establish and interpret law, and manage matters of collective concern. The most significant of these assemblies, the Althing, established around the year 930, brought together representatives from across the entire island on an annual basis at a dramatic natural site called Thingvellir, a location chosen partly for its practical accessibility from various parts of the island and partly, perhaps, for its striking natural beauty, situated within a rift valley where the North American and Eurasian tectonic plates meet. Creating a landscape of dramatic cliffs and clear, cold rivers that must have made for a genuinely impressive backdrop for these annual gatherings. I want you to imagine the Althing in session, because it represents one of the most historically significant and, in some ways, surprisingly democratic institutions to emerge anywhere in early medieval Europe. Free landowning men from across Iceland would travel, sometimes considerable distances over difficult terrain, to gather at Thingvellir for a period of roughly 2 weeks each summer. Here, legal disputes would be argued and resolved according to an increasingly detailed body of customary law, memorized and recited by a specially designated official called the lawspeaker, since Iceland, in this early period, had no written legal code at all, relying instead on this remarkable feat of institutionalized memory, with the entire body of Icelandic law recited publicly, section by section, over the course of successive Althing gatherings, ensuring that the community's laws remained a matter of shared public knowledge rather than being controlled or hidden by any single authority. This system wasn't a democracy in the full modern sense, since participation was limited to free landowning men, excluding women, the enslaved, and those without independent land holdings from direct political participation, and considerable inequality of wealth and influence existed among even the eligible participants, with wealthier and more powerful chieftains, called Gathar, wielding disproportionate influence over legal proceedings and community decisions. But by the standards of early medieval Europe, where royal and aristocratic authority typically dominated legal and political life almost entirely, Iceland's system of decentralized, assembly-based governance, without any king or centralized royal authority at all for the first several centuries of its history, represented a genuinely distinctive and historically significant political experiment. This unique political culture, combined with Iceland's relative isolation and the particular literary sensibilities of its settler population, also produced one of the most remarkable literary traditions to emerge anywhere in medieval Europe, the Icelandic sagas. These extended prose narratives, composed and eventually written down primarily in the 12th and 13th centuries, though often describing events from the earlier settlement period 2 or 3 centuries prior, tell detailed, psychologically rich stories of feuding families, legal disputes, love, betrayal, and the complex social dynamics of early Icelandic settler society. Sagas like Engjall's saga and Egil's saga remain genuinely compelling reading even today, offering a level of narrative sophistication and human psychological insight that feels remarkably modern despite being nearly 1,000 years old, and providing historians with an invaluable, if carefully and critically interpreted, window into the social values, daily concerns, and cultural imagination of Viking Age and medieval Icelandic society. Let's take a moment to imagine a long winter evening in one of these Icelandic settlements, perhaps a generation or two after the initial settlement period, when these oral traditions that would eventually become the written sagas were still actively developing and being refined through countless retellings around countless hearth fires. A family gathered close around the flame, the same smoky, dim, warm scene we imagined earlier in a Norwegian longhouse, but now set against the backdrop of Iceland's particular volcanic landscape, its long dark winters even more extreme than those of mainland Scandinavia given the island's more northern latitude. Someone begins telling a story, perhaps about a legal dispute that had occurred at a recent Althing, perhaps about the exploits of an earlier settler ancestor, perhaps about supernatural elements woven seamlessly into what was otherwise a fairly grounded, realistic narrative style. Since Icelandic sagas often blend matter-of-fact historical detail with elements of the supernatural, in a way that reflects genuine beliefs about a world where the boundary between the physical and spiritual realms was understood as considerably more porous than most modern audiences would assume. Iceland's isolation, in many ways, allowed this settler society to develop a distinctive cultural identity that, while clearly rooted in broader Norse tradition, took on its own particular character over the following centuries. And it's from Iceland, interestingly, that our story now moves even further west, because it was Icelandic settlers, restless once again for new land as the island's own limited supply of good farmland became increasingly claimed and divided among a growing population, who pushed the boundaries of the known world even further, first to Greenland, and eventually, remarkably, to the shores of North America itself. Let's continue this journey westward now, into water even colder and even less familiar than anything we've encountered so far. Greenland, and a man named Erik. The story of Greenland's settlement is inseparable from the story of one particular man, Erik Thorvaldsson, better known to history as Erik the Red, and it's a story that begins, appropriately for a saga, with violence and exile back in Iceland itself. According to the sagas that later recorded his story, Erik's family had already been exiled once before, from Norway, following a killing his father had been involved in, and had resettled in Iceland as a result. Erik himself, it seems, inherited something of this same volatile temperament, and became involved in a series of killings and disputes in Iceland that eventually led to his own banishment from the island for a period of 3 years, sometime around the year 982. Rather than simply waiting out his exile somewhere nearby, Erik made a decision that would prove genuinely consequential for the future geography of Norse settlement. He sailed west, into waters that Icelandic sailors had occasionally glimpsed or heard rumored about, but which no one had yet properly explored or attempted to settle. I want you to imagine this voyage, because it represented a genuinely uncertain and risky undertaking, sailing into unknown waters with no guarantee of finding anything at all, let alone land suitable for settlement. Erik spent his 3 years of exile exploring the coastline of what we now call Greenland, mapping its fjords, assessing its suitable land for grazing and farming, and when his exile finally ended and he returned to Iceland, he brought back reports of a land with genuine agricultural potential, at least along certain sheltered coastal fjords in the island's southwestern region, where a milder microclimate, warmed somewhat by ocean currents, allowed for grass to grow and livestock to graze during the summer months. Here's where the story takes a turn that reveals something genuinely interesting about human psychology and, frankly, about marketing, even 1,000 years before the term existed. According to the sagas, Erik deliberately named this new land Greenland, understanding perfectly well that a more appealing name would help attract potential settlers to a place that, whatever agricultural potential it held along its southern coastal fringes, remained a fundamentally harsh and challenging environment, covered overwhelmingly by the massive ice sheet that still dominates the island's interior today. This detail, small as it is, tells us something important about how deliberate and calculated Norse settlement efforts could be, not simply opportunistic wandering, but genuinely planned colonization efforts, complete with what we might recognize today as an early and remarkably effective piece of promotional branding. The strategy worked. Around the year 985, Erik led a substantial expedition of settlers from Iceland to Greenland, reportedly some 25 ships, though not all of them survived the crossing, a sobering reminder of just how dangerous these North Atlantic voyages remained even for experienced Norse sailors. Those who did complete the journey established 2 main settlement areas along Greenland's southwestern coast, generally referred to in later sources as the Eastern Settlement and the Western Settlement, despite both actually being located on the island's western side, the naming reflecting their relative position to each other rather than their position on the island as a whole. I want you to imagine arriving at one of these Greenland fjords for the first time, stepping off a ship after a difficult ocean crossing, and looking out at a landscape that must have felt both familiar and strikingly foreign compared to Iceland or Norway. Steep, rocky slopes rising from the water's edge, patches of green grass and low shrubs clinging to whatever thin soil had accumulated in sheltered valleys, and in the distance, visible on clear days, the massive white expanse of Greenland's interior ice sheet, a permanent, looming reminder of just how narrow and precarious the habitable margin of this new land actually was. Settlers established farms along these fjords, building the same kind of turf and timber longhouses familiar from Iceland and Norway, raising cattle, sheep, and goats on whatever grazing land the short summer growing season could support, and supplementing their diet significantly with hunting and fishing, since Greenland's agricultural potential, even at its best, remained considerably more limited than what settlers had known in their previous homes. Seal hunting, in particular, became an essential part of Greenlandic Norse subsistence, providing not just meat but also valuable oil and skins that could be traded back to Iceland and Norway. Walrus hunting proved even more economically significant, since walrus ivory became a genuinely valuable luxury trade good throughout medieval Europe, used for carved decorative objects, chess pieces, and religious items, filling a market niche that would later be largely displaced by elephant ivory once broader trade routes to Africa and Asia developed further. Some historians estimate that walrus ivory exports represented one of the most economically important products, sustaining the entire Greenland settlement's connection to the broader Norse trading world, a genuinely fascinating detail that reveals just how specific and resourceful these settlers had to be in finding ways to remain economically viable in such a marginal environment. Let's slow down and imagine daily life in one of these Greenland settlements, because it required a level of adaptation and resourcefulness that exceeded even what settlers had needed in Iceland. The growing season was shorter still, the available farmland even more limited, and the isolation from the broader Norse world even more pronounced, with ships arriving from Iceland or Norway only occasionally, carrying essential goods that couldn't be produced locally, timber in particular, since Greenland's own vegetation consisted mainly of low shrubs and stunted trees entirely inadequate for construction or shipbuilding purposes. Meaning that Greenlandic Norse settlers remained perpetually dependent on imported timber for building and repairing both their homes and their ships. I want you to imagine a Greenlandic farming family during the brief, precious summer months, working with an intensity that reflected just how short their window for gathering and storing resources actually was. Hay needed cutting and drying quickly, since the growing season here was even shorter than in Iceland, sometimes barely more than 2 months of genuinely productive growing weather before the threat of frost returned. Livestock needed to be moved efficiently between whatever scattered patches of grazing land the fjord's terrain offered, since flat, continuous pastureland was rare. Seal and walrus hunting expeditions needed careful planning around the animals' seasonal migration patterns, timed precisely to maximize the community's chances of a successful and safe hunt, since these expeditions, often conducted from open boats in cold northern waters, carried real and constant physical danger. And then came winter, even longer and darker here than in Iceland or Norway, given Greenland's more northern latitude. I want you to imagine the sheer, profound darkness of a Greenlandic winter night, in a settlement with no artificial light beyond hearth fires and simple oil lamps, snow and ice locking the fjords in place for months at a time, making travel between even neighboring farms difficult or impossible. Families would have depended heavily on the food stores gathered and preserved during the brief summer and autumn months: seal meat and blubber, dried fish, whatever dairy products could be preserved, and any grain or other supplies that had arrived on the last supply ships from Iceland before the winter sea ice made further crossings impossible until spring. This Greenland settlement endured, remarkably, for roughly 4 to 5 centuries, a genuinely impressive span of time for a community living at such an extreme environmental margin, though its population likely never exceeded a few thousand people, even at its peak. The settlement maintained regular, if infrequent, contact with Iceland and Norway throughout much of this period, eventually adopting Christianity and even establishing its own bishopric, with church ruins still visible at various sites across the old settlement areas today, testament to a community that, despite its remote and challenging circumstances, remained genuinely connected to the broader religious and cultural currents of medieval Christian Europe. The eventual disappearance of the Greenland Norse settlement, sometime in the 15th century, remains one of the genuinely fascinating and still actively debated mysteries in medieval history, and we'll return to this question in more detail later tonight when we discuss the broader decline of the Viking world, because the reasons behind Greenland's abandonment likely connect to some of the same broader forces that brought the entire Viking Age to its eventual close, climate change chief among them. As the medieval warm period that had made Greenland's marginal agriculture viable in the first place gradually gave way to a centuries-long cooling trend, now generally called the Little Ice Age, making an already difficult environment increasingly unsustainable for European-style farming and settlement. But before we get to that ending, there's one more chapter of westward expansion we need to explore, because Erik the Red Sun, a man named Leif, would push even further west than his father ever had, toward a coastline that no European had ever seen before, and toward one of the most remarkable, and for a long time most disputed claims in the entire history of medieval exploration. Let's continue west now, toward a land the sagas would eventually call Vinland. Vinland and a coast no European had seen. I want you to imagine, for a moment, a young man named Leif, son of Erik the Red, growing up in the Greenland settlement his father had founded, hearing stories not just of Norway and Iceland, the homelands his family had left behind, but also of something stranger and more uncertain, rumors of land glimpsed even further west, beyond the edge of everything Norse sailors had actually confirmed and settled. According to the sagas, specifically 2 related but somewhat differing accounts known as the Saga of the Greenlanders and Erik the Red's Saga, the first sighting of this further land actually belonged not to Leif himself, but to a merchant named Bjarni Herjolfsson, who, sometime around the year 985 or 986, was blown off course while attempting to sail from Iceland to Greenland to visit his father, who had recently settled there. Caught in fog and adverse winds, Bjarni found himself sailing along an unfamiliar, forested coastline, clearly not Greenland, which he knew should be rockier and less heavily wooded based on descriptions he had heard. Rather than stopping to explore this unknown land, Bjarni, according to the saga account, made the somewhat frustrating decision, at least from a modern reader's perspective eager for exploration and adventure, to simply turn away and continue his voyage toward Greenland, prioritizing his original destination over the temptation of investigating this mysterious new coastline. It was Leif Erikson who, having heard Bjarni's account, decided some years later, around the year 1000, to actually purchase Bjarni's ship and mount a proper expedition to investigate this land that Bjarni had merely glimpsed from a distance. I want you to imagine this expedition setting out from Greenland, a crew of 35 men according to the saga sources, sailing westward and southward, retracing, as best they could, the general path Bjarni had described, uncertain exactly what they would find, but confident enough in the possibility of new land to invest real time, resources, and personal risk into finding out. According to the sagas, Leif's expedition made landfall at several distinct locations along this unfamiliar coastline, each given a descriptive name based on its most notable characteristics. The first landing, a place they called Helluland, meaning something like the land of flat stones, was likely located somewhere in the region of modern Baffin Island, a bleak, rocky landscape that offered little of immediate interest to the expedition. Continuing south, they reached a second location called Markland, meaning forest land, likely corresponding to the coast of modern Labrador, a heavily wooded region that would have represented a genuinely valuable resource for settlers coming from timber-poor Greenland and Iceland. And finally, continuing further still, they reached the location that would become most famous of all, a place they called Vinland. The exact meaning and location of Vinland has been debated by historians for well over a century, and I think this debate itself is genuinely interesting to sit with for a moment, because it illustrates just how much careful, patient work goes into confirming historical claims that, for a long time, many scholars treated with real skepticism. The name itself likely relates either to wild grapes, which the saga accounts describe as growing in this new land, or possibly to a different Old Norse word relating to grassy meadowland, and this ambiguity in translation has fueled ongoing scholarly discussion about the name's precise meaning, and by extension, clues about the exact location being described. For centuries, the entire account of Vinland existed only within these Icelandic saga texts, compelling and detailed as they were, but without any independent physical evidence to confirm that this Norse voyage to North America had actually happened at all, as opposed to being an embellished or entirely fictional element woven into an otherwise historically grounded narrative tradition. This changed dramatically in 1960, when Norwegian explorer and writer Helge Ingstad, working together with his wife, archaeologist Anne Stein Ingstad, discovered and subsequently excavated a genuine Norse settlement site at a location called Elance Ox Meadows, on the northern tip of Newfoundland in modern Canada. I want you to imagine the significance of this discovery, because it represents one of the great confirming moments in medieval archaeology, transforming what had been treated by many as legend into confirmed historical fact. The excavation at Elance Ox Meadows revealed the remains of several turf-walled buildings, constructed in a style clearly consistent with Norse building techniques from this exact period, along with artifacts including iron nails, a bronze cloak pin, and evidence of iron working, including a small furnace used for smelting bog iron, a technology that indigenous populations in this region at the time did not possess, providing strong physical confirmation that this settlement had indeed been established by Norse visitors, roughly 500 years before Columbus's famous voyage across the Atlantic in 1492. Radiocarbon dating, and more recently, a remarkably precise dendrochronological study published in 2021, which analyzed tree rings in wood samples from the site alongside evidence of a solar storm event that left a distinctive radiocarbon signature in the wood's growth rings, allowed researchers to determine with unusual precision that the wood used at Elance Ox Meadows was cut in the year 1021. Providing a remarkably exact anchor point for Norse presence in North America, even if this particular date likely represents just one moment within a longer period of visits and activity at this location, rather than a single isolated event. Let's slow down here and really imagine what this settlement actually looked like and functioned as, based on what archaeologists have been able to determine. Elance Ox Meadows appears to have functioned less as a permanent, self-sustaining farming settlement, in the manner of the Iceland or Greenland colonies, and more as a base camp, a waypoint used for exploring and gathering resources from the surrounding region, including timber, which, as we discussed, was in genuinely short supply back in Greenland, and possibly other resources like butternuts, whose presence at the site indicates that Norse expeditions from this base traveled at least somewhat further south, since butternut trees don't grow as far north as Newfoundland itself, suggesting exploration extending into what is now the Gulf of St. Lawrence region, or possibly further south along the coastline. I want you to imagine a small group of Norse explorers and settlers, having sailed this remarkable distance from Greenland, establishing this base camp, and beginning the work of exploring a landscape entirely unfamiliar to any European before them. The forests here would have felt different from anything in Scandinavia, Iceland, or even Greenland, richer, more varied, filled with unfamiliar plant and animal species. The saga accounts describe encounters with indigenous peoples, whom the Norse called Skrælings, a term whose exact meaning and connotation remains debated, but which likely carried a somewhat dismissive undertone, reflecting the Norse settlers' perception of these peoples as culturally different and, in the settlers' judgment, less sophisticated. A judgment that tells us more about Norse cultural assumptions than about the actual societies they encountered, which included various indigenous peoples of the region. Possibly ancestors of groups like the Beothuk, Mi'kmaq, or other indigenous nations, whose own rich histories in this region long predated any Norse arrival by many thousands of years. These encounters, according to the sagas, began with cautious, sometimes even friendly trade, Norse settlers exchanging cloth and dairy products for furs, but eventually deteriorated into conflict, with the sagas describing violent clashes that ultimately contributed to the Norse decision to abandon their North American settlement efforts after only a relatively brief period, likely spanning a handful of years rather than decades. The precise reasons behind this abandonment likely involved multiple factors working together. The genuine difficulty and danger of maintaining a settlement so far removed from the existing Norse settlements in Greenland and Iceland. The relatively small population of Norse settlers available to commit to such a distant and risky venture, given how thinly stretched the entire North Atlantic Norse population already was across Iceland and Greenland, and the increasing hostility of the region's existing indigenous population, who vastly outnumbered any Norse expedition and who had every reasonable motivation to resist and repel these unfamiliar and sometimes aggressive newcomers. Let's think, for a moment, about how genuinely remarkable this entire episode is within the broader sweep of medieval history, and how differently it might have unfolded under slightly different circumstances. Norse sailors, using the same shipbuilding and navigational knowledge that had already carried them to Iceland and Greenland, reached the shores of North America nearly 5 centuries before Columbus, encountered its indigenous inhabitants, attempted a small settlement, and then, facing practical difficulties and local resistance, withdrew, leaving behind only a small archaeological footprint and a handful of saga accounts that would go unconfirmed by physical evidence for nearly 1,000 years afterward. There was no lasting Norse colonization of North America, no sustained European presence in this hemisphere resulting from these voyages, and the broader course of world history over the following centuries proceeded largely as if this contact had never happened at least from the perspective of subsequent European expansion, which would eventually arrive in the Americas through an entirely different route and an entirely different set of historical circumstances, beginning with Columbus's voyages in the late 15th century. And yet, the fact that it happened at all remains genuinely significant, both as a testament to the remarkable seafaring capability and adventurous ambition of Norse society during this period, and as a fascinating historical footnote that reminds us how often history contains these kinds of near misses, moments of genuine human achievement and contact that, for various practical and circumstantial reasons, simply didn't develop into the kind of lasting, transformative encounter that later European contact with the Americas would eventually become. I want you to imagine, one final time, Leif Erikson and his crew preparing to depart this distant coastline and sail back toward Greenland, carrying with them cargo of timber and grapes, along with stories that would be told and retold around Greenlandic and Icelandic hearth fires for generations afterward, gradually transforming from recent memory into legend, and eventually into the written saga accounts that would preserve this remarkable episode, however imperfectly, until archaeology finally confirmed its essential truth nearly a millennium later. We've now followed the Vikings about as far west as their world would ever reach. In our next section, I want to bring us back home to Scandinavia and spend some time with a part of Viking Age life that often gets overshadowed by all this dramatic exploration and raiding: the lives of women, whose contributions and relative independence within this society were in many ways genuinely notable compared to women's status in many other parts of medieval Europe during the same period. Let's continue. The women of the Viking Age. Let's go back now to that longhouse we visited earlier and spend some real time understanding the women who kept it running, because their story deserves far more attention than it typically receives, and because it reveals a genuinely distinctive aspect of Norse society compared to many of its medieval European neighbors. Norse women held a legal and social status that, while certainly not equal to men by modern standards, was in several important respects notably more independent than what women experienced in much of contemporary Christian Europe during the same period. This wasn't a society organized around modern conceptions of gender equality, and it's important not to overstate the case or project contemporary values backward onto a fundamentally different historical context. But the specific legal protections and practical responsibilities afforded to Norse women reveal a genuinely distinctive social arrangement worth understanding on its own terms. I want you to imagine a woman managing a Norse farm household, because her responsibilities extended far beyond what the word household might suggest to modern ears. She oversaw food production and storage, a task of genuine strategic importance in a society where a poorly managed winter food supply could mean the difference between survival and starvation. She managed textile production, as we discussed earlier, an enormously labor-intensive process that produced not just clothing but also sails, one of the most economically critical products in the entire Norse economy, since a ship without a proper sail was, in a very real sense, a ship without the ability to reach distant trading posts, raid foreign coastlines, or carry settlers to new lands. She often held the keys to the household storage areas, a literal symbol of her authority and responsibility that appears repeatedly in archaeological finds, with iron keys found in numerous female burial sites, suggesting this role carried genuine social recognition and status. When men left home for extended periods, whether for trading voyages, raiding expeditions, or simply extended seasonal work elsewhere, women frequently assumed full responsibility for managing the farm's daily operations, making decisions about planting, harvesting, livestock, and household finances that, in many other medieval societies, would have fallen exclusively to male authority even in a husband's absence. This practical necessity, arising directly from the fact that Norse men were so often away from home for extended stretches, likely contributed significantly to the genuine legal and social authority that Norse law and custom afforded women, since a society that depended on women capably managing entire farming operations during their husbands' long absences had strong practical incentives to recognize and protect women's authority to do exactly that. Norse law, as preserved in later written law codes from Iceland and elsewhere, granted women certain rights that stand out clearly when compared to contemporary legal frameworks elsewhere in medieval Europe. Women could own property in their own right, separate from their husbands. They could inherit land and wealth from their families, though generally at a reduced share compared to male heirs. Perhaps most significantly, Norse women could initiate divorce, a right that was genuinely unusual by the standards of medieval Europe, where divorce, when permitted at all, was typically far more restrictive and heavily weighted in favor of male initiative and authority. Grounds for a woman initiating divorce under Norse law could include a husband's failure to provide adequately for the household, his mistreatment of her, or various other specific circumstances outlined in surviving legal texts. And importantly, a divorced woman retained rights to her dowry and any property she had brought into the marriage, providing a genuine economic foundation for life after the marriage's end, rather than leaving her entirely dependent on remarriage or family charity. I want you to imagine a specific scene, a woman standing before a local thing assembly, presenting a case for divorce or defending her management of family property against some challenge from a relative or neighbor. This wasn't necessarily a common or easy experience, and social pressures and practical constraints certainly still limited how freely most women could exercise these legal rights in practice, since community reputation, family alliances, and economic dependency all shaped real decisions in ways that pure legal rights on paper don't fully capture. But the fact that this legal framework existed at all, granting women a recognized voice and standing within the formal legal system, distinguishes Norse society in a genuinely notable way from many of its medieval contemporaries. Marriage itself within Norse society functioned as much as an economic and social alliance between families as it did a personal romantic union, a pattern common across most of medieval Europe during this period, though certainly not unique to Norse culture specifically. Marriages were typically arranged by families, with careful negotiation over dowries, land, and social alliance considerations, reflecting the genuine economic and political stakes involved in joining two households together. This doesn't mean that genuine affection and partnership didn't develop within these arranged marriages, and saga literature, along with surviving runic inscriptions commemorating deceased spouses, sometimes reveals genuine tenderness and deep partnership between husbands and wives, suggesting that even within a system organized primarily around practical and economic considerations, real human connection and mutual respect frequently developed and mattered deeply to the people involved. Let's talk, too, about religious and spiritual authority, because this is another area where Norse women held genuinely significant roles that often surprise people encountering this history for the first time. Norse religious practice included prominent roles for female spiritual practitioners, particularly a specific tradition of prophecy and magic called Sæther, practiced predominantly, though not exclusively, by women known as Verler or seeresses. These women held genuine social respect and, in some cases, real influence over important community decisions, since their prophecies and spiritual insights were taken seriously by communities that understood the world as genuinely populated by forces and fates that required careful spiritual navigation and understanding. I want you to imagine one of these seeresses arriving at a farm or settlement, perhaps during a difficult period when the community faced uncertainty about an upcoming harvest, a dangerous voyage, or some other significant collective decision. According to surviving descriptions, particularly a detailed account preserved in the saga of Erik the Red, such a woman might be received with genuine ceremony, offered a place of honor, and asked to perform rituals intended to reveal insight into future events or hidden knowledge, wearing distinctive ceremonial clothing, and using specific ritual objects, including a particular type of staff that has been found in several archaeological burial sites associated with women. Suggesting these practices left tangible material traces that archaeologists have been able to identify and study. Norse mythology itself, which we'll explore more fully in our next section, also featured powerful female figures whose prominence within Norse religious imagination likely reflected and reinforced women's genuine social significance within the broader culture. The Valkyries, warrior maidens who selected which fallen warriors would join Odin in his great hall of Valhalla, represented a genuinely striking mythological image of female power and agency, operating within the most sacred and consequential realm of Norse belief, the determination of which warriors achieved a glorious afterlife. Freya, one of the most significant goddesses within Norse mythology, presided over love and fertility, but also over war and death, receiving a share of fallen warriors in her own hall, a detail that reveals just how thoroughly Norse religious imagination wove female power into even the most traditionally male-coded domains of war and mortality. I don't want to overstate this picture, though, because it's important to maintain historical honesty and balance here. Norse society remained, in fundamental ways, patriarchal and hierarchical. Men held the vast majority of formal political power, dominated the most prestigious and lucrative economic activities like long-distance trading and raiding, and generally received greater inheritance shares and social precedence than women within the same family. Enslaved women, in particular, occupied an extremely vulnerable and difficult position within this society, facing exploitation and abuse that the relative legal protections afforded to free Norse women simply didn't extend to them. And even free women's legal rights, while genuinely notable compared to some other medieval societies, still fell considerably short of anything resembling full social or political equality with men. But holding both of these truths together, genuine and historically significant legal protections and social respect for women within certain domains, alongside a fundamentally patriarchal overall social structure, gives us a more accurate and more genuinely interesting picture of Norse society than either an overly romanticized vision of Viking women as essentially modern feminist icons, or a dismissive vision that simply assumes medieval women everywhere occupied identical, universally subordinate positions regardless of their specific cultural and legal context. Let's imagine, one final time, an ordinary Norse woman, perhaps in her 30s, standing in the doorway of her longhouse on a quiet autumn evening, watching the last of the season's harvest being brought in from the fields, her husband perhaps still away on a trading voyage that won't return until the following spring. She holds, quite literally, the keys to the household stores hanging from her belt, keys that represent real authority and real responsibility. She has spent the day directing the preservation of the season's harvest, ensuring enough food is properly stored to carry the household safely through the coming winter, managing household laborers, and likely handling whatever legal or economic decisions have arisen in her husband's absence. This is a woman whose daily reality, whatever its genuine hardships and constraints, involved a level of practical authority, economic responsibility, and legal standing that many of her counterparts elsewhere in medieval Europe simply didn't share. In our next section, we're going to step into the realm of belief itself, exploring the gods, myths, and everyday spiritual practices that gave meaning and structure to Norse understanding of the world, a rich and genuinely fascinating mythology that has experienced such a remarkable resurgence in modern popular culture, though often in forms considerably simplified or altered from the more complex and nuanced beliefs actually held by the people we've been discussing tonight. Let's continue. Gods, fate, and the ends of worlds. I want you to imagine once more that long winter evening around the hearth fire, because it's here, in these quiet, smoky, firelit hours, that Norse religious understanding was primarily transmitted, generation after generation, long before any of it was ever written down. Norse mythology, as most people encounter it today, comes to us primarily through two major written sources, both compiled in Iceland during the 13th century, well after the Viking Age itself had ended, and after Christianity had become the dominant religion across Scandinavia. The Poetic Edda, a collection of anonymous mythological and heroic poems, and the Prose Edda, compiled by an Icelandic chieftain, politician, and writer named Snorri Sturluson, together preserve most of what we know today about Norse gods, myths, and cosmology. It's worth pausing to appreciate the genuine complexity this creates for historians, because these sources, however invaluable, were compiled by writers operating within a Christian cultural context, working from oral traditions that had already been passed down for centuries, filtering and interpreting genuinely pre-Christian beliefs through a perspective shaped by their own later religious and cultural moment. This means our understanding of Norse mythology, however rich and detailed it appears, likely represents an incomplete and somewhat reshaped version of what actual Viking Age Scandinavians believed and practiced. With that appropriate caveat in mind, let's explore this mythological world, because it genuinely deserves careful attention, both for its own considerable narrative richness and for what it reveals about how Norse society understood its place within a universe that was imagined as complex, dangerous, and ultimately, fundamentally impermanent. At the center of Norse cosmology stood Yggdrasil, an immense world tree whose branches and roots connected 9 distinct realms, including Asgard, home of the Aesir gods, Midgard, the realm of humans, and Jotunheim, home of the giants who represented forces of chaos and disorder, constantly threatening the more ordered world of gods and humans. This image of an entire cosmos held together by a single vast tree, its roots reaching down into wells of fate and knowledge, its branches supporting the sky itself, offers a genuinely striking vision of a universe understood as fundamentally organic and interconnected, rather than mechanical or abstract. I want you to imagine explaining this cosmology to a child sitting close to the fire on a dark winter evening, because this is likely exactly how much of this mythology was actually transmitted throughout Norse society, not through formal religious instruction in any institutional sense, since Norse religious practice had nothing resembling organized clergy, seminaries, or systematic theological education, but rather through informal, ongoing storytelling within families and communities. Gradually building a shared cultural understanding of the world's structure and meaning across a lifetime of repeated retelling. Odin stood as perhaps the most complex and in many ways the most psychologically interesting figure within this pantheon, a god of wisdom, poetry, war, and death, associated with an almost obsessive pursuit of knowledge that led him, according to the myths, to sacrifice one of his own eyes for a drink from a well of wisdom, and to hang himself from the branches of Yggdrasil itself for 9 days and nights, pierced by his own spear, in order to gain knowledge of the runes. The ancient writing system used throughout the Norse world, this image of a god willing to endure genuine suffering and sacrifice in pursuit of deeper understanding, reveals something genuinely distinctive about Norse religious imagination, a worldview that placed enormous value on hard-won wisdom and understood that meaningful knowledge often required real cost and sacrifice to obtain. Thor, by contrast, represented a more straightforward and in many ways more immediately relatable figure, a god of thunder, strength, and protection, wielding his hammer Mjolnir against the giants and other threats to the ordered world of gods and humans. Thor appears to have been an especially popular deity among ordinary Norse farmers and sailors, likely because his role as a protector against chaos and danger resonated directly with the daily concerns of people whose lives were genuinely shaped by unpredictable and often dangerous natural forces, storms at sea, harsh winters, and the ever-present threat of crop failure or livestock loss. Small amulets shaped like Thor's hammer have been found in considerable numbers across Norse archaeological sites, suggesting this god held genuine, widespread personal significance for ordinary people in a way that some of the more abstract or aristocratic coded deities perhaps didn't share to the same degree. Freya and her twin brother Freya, deities associated with fertility, love, prosperity, and the natural cycles of growth and abundance so critical to agricultural society, held similarly significant places within everyday Norse religious practice, their favor sought for good harvests, successful childbirth, and general prosperity and well-being. And Loki, perhaps the most genuinely complicated figure within the entire pantheon, occupied an ambiguous position as a trickster god, sometimes helping the other gods through clever schemes, sometimes causing genuine harm and chaos, eventually becoming directly responsible, according to the myths, for setting in motion the events that would lead to Ragnarök. The great final battle and world-ending catastrophe that stands as perhaps the single most distinctive and philosophically significant element of the entire Norse mythological tradition. I want you to sit with this concept of Ragnarök for a moment, because it reveals something genuinely profound about how Norse culture understood the nature of existence itself. Unlike many religious traditions that imagine some final, permanent triumph of order and good over chaos and evil, Norse mythology imagined an ultimate, inevitable battle in which even the gods themselves would largely be destroyed, Odin devoured by the great wolf Fenrir, Thor dying after finally defeating the great serpent that encircled the world but succumbing to its poison in the process, the sun itself devoured, the stars falling from the sky, and the entire ordered cosmos collapsing back into chaos and darkness. And yet, crucially, this wasn't imagined as a purely nihilistic or hopeless ending. According to the myths, after this great cataclysm, a new world would eventually emerge from the wreckage, green and renewed, with surviving gods and a new generation of humans beginning the cycle of existence once again. This cyclical understanding of cosmic time, destruction followed by renewal, reflects something genuinely important about how Norse society understood the fundamental nature of the world it inhabited, a world understood not as fixed and permanently stable, but as fundamentally subject to cycles of growth and decay, order and chaos, creation and destruction, echoing, perhaps, the very real seasonal cycles of a harsh Scandinavian landscape where survival depended on understanding and adapting to exactly this kind of recurring pattern of scarcity and renewal. Fate itself held enormous significance within Norse belief, embodied by three female figures called the Norns, who tended the roots of Yggdrasil and shaped the destinies of gods and humans alike. This deep cultural emphasis on fate, on a person's weird or destiny being something largely fixed and unavoidable, shaped how Norse society understood concepts like courage and honor. If one's fate was already determined, meeting it with courage, dignity, and honor rather than fear or cowardice, became the primary measure of a life well lived, since the actual outcome, life or death, success or failure, was understood as largely beyond an individual's control anyway. This cultural framework helps explain much of the emphasis on reputation, honor, and glorious death found throughout saga literature and skaldic poetry, since if fate itself couldn't be changed, the manner in which one faced that fate became the primary arena in which genuine personal character and worth could actually be demonstrated and remembered. I want you to imagine, briefly, how this belief system might have shaped the actual daily psychology and decision-making of Norse people, from farmers facing the genuine uncertainty of harvest and weather, to raiders and traders setting out on genuinely dangerous ocean voyages. A worldview that understood fate as largely predetermined, but that placed enormous value on facing that fate with courage and honor, likely provided real psychological comfort and motivation in a world filled with genuine, unavoidable risk and uncertainty, offering a framework for finding meaning and dignity within circumstances that couldn't otherwise be controlled or fully understood. Everyday religious practice, beyond these grand mythological narratives, likely involved considerably more modest and practical elements. Small offerings left at natural sites believed to hold spiritual significance, wells, groves, distinctive rock formations, prayers or small rituals performed before undertaking a dangerous voyage or facing an important decision, and seasonal festivals tied to the agricultural calendar, celebrating and seeking divine favor for planting, harvest, and the changing of seasons. Blot ritual sacrifices and feasts held at significant points throughout the year brought communities together for shared religious observance, feasting, and social connection, blending spiritual practice with the kind of communal bonding that, in any culture, helps hold scattered communities together across the isolation of daily rural life. As we move into our next section, exploring the political consolidation of Scandinavia into the kingdoms of Norway, Denmark, and Sweden, and the eventual arrival of Christianity across the entire region, I want you to hold on to this rich, complex mythological world we've just explored, because its gradual displacement by Christian belief over the following centuries represents one of the most significant cultural transformations within our entire story tonight. A transformation that, like so much else in this history, happened not through some single dramatic moment, but through a slow, generational process of political calculation, cultural exchange, and genuine, gradually shifting belief. Let's continue. Law, assembly, and the shape of society before we turn to the political changes that would eventually bring the Viking Age to its close. I want to spend a little time on how Norse society actually organized itself day to day, beyond the individual household, because this reveals a level of structure and order that the word raider doesn't usually conjure to mind. We touched earlier on the local assembly where free men gathered to settle disputes and make decisions, and it's worth understanding just how central this institution was across the entire Norse world, not just in Iceland, but throughout Norway, Denmark, and Sweden as well. Each region had its own thing, meeting at regular intervals, usually outdoors, often at a site with some traditional or practical significance, a natural clearing, a prominent hill, a place easily reached by the surrounding farms. Here, free men, meaning those who weren't enslaved and who held some independent standing, whether through land ownership or established family position, gathered to hear and resolve disputes according to a body of customary law that had been passed down orally for generations. I want you to imagine one of these gatherings, because it would have been one of the more significant social events in a farming community's yearly rhythm. Families would travel, sometimes considerable distances, arriving with tents or temporary shelters if the assembly ran for several days, which the larger regional things often did. This wasn't only a legal proceeding. It was also a market, a social gathering, a chance to catch up with distant relatives, arrange marriages, trade goods, and hear news from other parts of the region, or, if traders had recently returned from abroad, from considerably further afield. The atmosphere would have mixed genuine legal seriousness, since disputes over land, inheritance, debt, and violent injury carried real consequences, with something closer to a festival mood, given the rare opportunity for large numbers of people from scattered farms to gather together in one place. Norse law, as it survives in later written codes, dealt with an enormous range of everyday concerns: property boundaries, inheritance, marriage and divorce, debt, theft, and violent crime, including a detailed system of compensation payments called wergild, which assigned specific monetary values to different injuries and, in cases of killing, to a victim's life itself, based on factors including social status. This might seem strange to modern sensibilities, assigning a literal price to a human life, but it served an important practical function, offering an alternative to escalating cycles of revenge killing that could otherwise consume entire families and communities across generations. A killing could be resolved, at least in a strict legal sense, through the payment of appropriate compensation to the victim's family, rather than automatically triggering a blood feud that might claim additional lives on both sides. That said, blood feuds absolutely did occur, and saga literature is filled with exactly these kinds of escalating family conflicts, suggesting that the formal legal system, however sophisticated, didn't always succeed in containing the deeper currents of honor, revenge, and family loyalty that ran through Norse society. Understanding one's family's honor as something requiring active defense, sometimes through violence, existed in genuine tension with the more measured, compensation-based legal framework that the things were meant to uphold, and much of the psychological drama within saga literature centers precisely on this tension. Characters torn between the practical wisdom of accepting legal compensation and the powerful cultural pull toward avenging a wrong through more direct and personal means. Social structure within this world was genuinely hierarchical, even if it lacked the more rigid, centralized aristocratic systems found elsewhere in medieval Europe during the same period. At the top stood chieftains and, increasingly through the Viking Age, kings and their close allies, families whose wealth, landholdings, and military followings gave them outsized influence over their communities. Below them stood free farmers, the backbone of Norse society, who owned or rented land, held full legal standing, and could participate in thing assemblies. Below free farmers stood various categories of dependent laborers, and at the bottom of this social structure, enslaved people, called thralls, who held essentially no legal standing of their own and whose labor, often acquired through raiding, warfare, or purchase through the broader Norse trading network we discussed earlier, underpinned a considerable portion of the actual physical work performed on many Norse farms and in many Norse households. I want to pause here and be honest about this aspect of Norse society, because it's sometimes glossed over in more romanticized retellings of Viking history. Slavery was a genuine, significant, and economically important institution throughout the Viking Age, and thralls performed an enormous range of labor, from basic farm work to skilled crafts, depending on their particular circumstances and their owner's needs. Their treatment varied considerably depending on individual owners and specific circumstances, and while Norse law did technically afford enslaved people certain limited protections, their fundamental status as property, subject to their owner's authority in ways free people simply weren't, represented a genuine and often brutal reality underlying Norse society's more celebrated achievements in exploration, trade, and craftsmanship. Some thralls could eventually earn or purchase their freedom, becoming freedmen with limited but real legal standing, but this represented an exception rather than a typical outcome for most enslaved individuals within this system. This layered social structure, chieftains and eventually kings at the top, free farmers forming the broad middle class of Norse society, and enslaved laborers at the bottom, provided the basic framework within which everyday Norse life and everyday Norse politics actually operated. And it's from this framework, gradually, over the course of the 9th and 10th centuries, that the more centralized kingdoms of Scandinavia would eventually emerge, a political transformation that would prove to be one of the key forces bringing the Viking Age itself to its eventual close. Let's turn to that transformation now. Kings rise and the old world begins to change for most of the period we've been discussing tonight. Scandinavia had no kings in the sense we might imagine from later medieval European history, no single ruler holding authority over an entire, clearly defined national territory. Instead, power was distributed among numerous local chieftains, each commanding the loyalty of the farmers and warriors within their particular region, sometimes cooperating, frequently competing, occasionally warring outright against each other for greater territory and influence. This began to change gradually over the course of the 9th and 10th centuries, as certain particularly successful and ambitious chieftains managed to expand their authority over larger and larger territories, gradually consolidating what had been a genuinely fragmented political landscape into the beginnings of unified national kingdoms. In Norway, this process is traditionally associated with a king named Harald Fairhair, who, according to later saga tradition, unified much of Norway under his authority sometime around the year 872, following a decisive naval battle at Fjord. It's worth noting that modern historians treat many of the specific details of this traditional account with some healthy skepticism, since it comes to us primarily through later saga sources written centuries after the events they describe, and the actual process of Norwegian unification was almost certainly more gradual, more contested, and less attributable to a single decisive moment than the traditional saga narrative suggests. But the broader pattern of Norway moving gradually from a fragmented collection of local chieftainships toward a more centralized kingdom over the course of the 9th and 10th centuries reflects a genuine historical development, even if we should hold the specific traditional details somewhat loosely. I want you to imagine what this consolidation actually meant for ordinary people living through it, because political centralization rarely happens without real disruption and real human cost. Local chieftains who resisted a rising king's authority faced military conquest, exile, or death. Their followers faced difficult choices about where to place their own loyalty, and families who found themselves on the losing side of these power struggles often faced exactly the kind of displacement we discussed earlier as one of the driving forces behind Norse expansion overseas, seeking new opportunities in Iceland, the British Isles, or elsewhere, rather than remaining under the authority of a rival who had just defeated their previous leader. Denmark experienced a broadly similar process of consolidation, associated particularly with a dynasty whose most famous early figure, Gorm the Old, and his son Harald Bluetooth, gradually established a unified Danish kingdom during the 10th century. It's a genuinely delightful bit of historical trivia, and worth pausing on for just a moment, that the wireless technology we now call Bluetooth was actually named after this very king, chosen by the Swedish telecommunications company Ericsson, specifically because Harald Bluetooth was known for uniting disparate Danish territories, much as the new technology was intended to unite different communication devices and standards. A small but genuinely charming thread connecting this 1,000-year-old history directly into our own everyday technological vocabulary. Harald Bluetooth's reign is also significant for another reason central to our broader story tonight, because it was under his rule that Denmark officially converted to Christianity, a transformation commemorated on a famous runestone he raised at Jelling, which explicitly credits Harald with making the Danes Christian. This runestone represents one of the most important primary sources we have for understanding this critical religious transition, a moment when Norse political leadership began actively embracing Christianity, not merely as personal belief, but as an explicit tool of political consolidation, and importantly, as a way of gaining greater legitimacy and easier diplomatic and trading relationships with the increasingly powerful and wealthy Christian kingdoms of continental Europe. Sweden's path toward unification followed a somewhat different, and in some ways slower timeline, with the process of consolidating various Swedish territories and the eventual establishment of Christianity as the dominant religion, extending somewhat later into the 11th and even 12th centuries in certain regions, reflecting Sweden's somewhat different geographic orientation, with strong economic and cultural ties eastward toward the Baltic and the Rus territories we discussed earlier. Alongside its western and southern connections to the rest of Scandinavia, I want you to think for a moment about why this political consolidation mattered so much for the broader Viking Age story, because it connects directly to why the age of raiding and independent expansion eventually came to an end. As kings established firmer, more centralized control over their territories, they increasingly sought to bring the kind of independent, opportunistic raiding and expansion we've spent so much of tonight discussing under greater royal control, and where profitable, direct royal sponsorship. Individual chieftains and ambitious young men could no longer simply gather a crew, build or acquire a ship, and set off raiding or trading according to their own independent judgment and interest in quite the same freewheeling way that had characterized the earlier Viking Age. Royal authority increasingly claimed the right to organize, tax, and direct these overseas ventures, transforming what had begun as a decentralized, opportunistic phenomenon into something more closely resembling organized royal military and commercial policy. This shift is genuinely visible in how later Viking Age military campaigns were organized compared to earlier raids. The large armies that campaigned in England during the later 9th and especially the 10th and early 11th centuries, culminating in the remarkable period when the Danish king Signut the Great actually ruled England, Denmark, and Norway simultaneously in the early 11th century, represented an entirely different scale and organizational structure compared to the small, independent raiding parties of the earlier period we discussed with Lindisfarne. These were royal armies, organized and led by kings pursuing deliberate strategies of conquest and political control, rather than loosely organized bands of opportunistic raiders seeking quick plunder. I want you to imagine, briefly, what this later period of large-scale royal conquest actually looked like, because it represents both a continuation and a genuine transformation of everything we've discussed tonight. Massive fleets, sometimes numbering in the hundreds of ships, carrying thousands of warriors, organized under direct royal command, campaigning across England for extended periods, sometimes years at a stretch, engaging in siege warfare and large-scale battles rather than the quick hit-and-run tactics of earlier raiding. Signut's eventual conquest and rule of England, beginning in 1016, represented perhaps the high water mark of this later, more politically organized phase of Norse expansion, with Signut ruling not as a raiding warlord but as a legitimate king, working within existing English legal and administrative structures, marrying into the previous English royal family, and generally governing in a manner that would have looked, to contemporary observers, considerably more like conventional medieval kingship than like anything resembling the chaotic raiding of the 8th and 9th centuries. This transformation from independent, opportunistic raiding toward organized, royally directed conquest and rule reflects the broader pattern we've been tracing throughout tonight's story: the gradual consolidation of Scandinavian political power into centralized kingdoms increasingly integrated into the broader political, religious, and economic framework of medieval Christian Europe. And this integration, as we'll see in our next section, would ultimately prove to be one of the central forces bringing the entire Viking Age to its eventual, quiet close. Let's turn now to that closing chapter and to the arrival of Christianity across Scandinavia, a transformation every bit as significant, in its own quiet way, as any raid or battle we've discussed tonight. The cross arrives, and the old gods fade. Christianity's arrival in Scandinavia wasn't a single event, but rather a long, uneven process stretching across roughly 2 centuries, involving missionary efforts, political calculation, and gradual cultural change occurring at different paces in different regions, sometimes advancing through peaceful conversion and sometimes through more direct political pressure and even coercion. Early Christian missionary efforts in Scandinavia date back to the 9th century, with figures like the missionary Ansgar, sometimes called the Apostle of the North, working to establish small Christian communities in Danish and Swedish territories during the 820s and 830s, though these early efforts achieved only limited and often temporary success, given how deeply rooted traditional Norse religious practice remained throughout this earlier period. Real, lasting Christian conversion across Scandinavia would take considerably longer to achieve, unfolding gradually over the following 2 centuries through a combination of factors that reveal just how deeply intertwined religious and political change actually were during this period. I want you to imagine some of the practical, worldly reasons why Norse rulers, in particular, increasingly found Christianity politically attractive, beyond any genuine personal spiritual conviction that individual rulers may or may not have held. Christian Europe by the 10th century represented an enormously wealthy, sophisticated, and politically interconnected world, and Norse kings seeking legitimacy, alliance, and trading relationships with powerful Christian neighbors like the Frankish and later German empires, England, and the broader network of Christian kingdoms increasingly found that remaining outside this shared religious framework created real diplomatic and commercial disadvantages. Converting to Christianity offered a Norse king easier diplomatic marriages with Christian royal families, smoother trading relationships with Christian merchants and kingdoms, and a claim to the same kind of divinely sanctioned royal authority that Christian kings elsewhere in Europe increasingly used to reinforce and legitimize their own rule. We already touched on Harald Bluetooth's conversion of Denmark in the 10th century, commemorated on his famous Jelling runestone. Norway's conversion followed a somewhat more turbulent and, according to saga accounts, considerably more violent path, associated particularly with 2 kings, Olaf Tryggvason in the late 10th century and Olaf Haraldsson, later canonized as Saint Olaf, in the early 11th century. Saga accounts describe both kings pursuing conversion efforts that mixed genuine missionary zeal with considerable coercion, destroying pagan temples, forcing baptism upon reluctant chieftains and communities, and in some accounts, executing or exiling those who refused to abandon traditional Norse religious practice. Saint Olaf's eventual death in battle in 1030, fighting against Norwegian chieftains who resisted his authority, including his aggressive Christianization efforts, led paradoxically to his rapid transformation into Norway's patron saint, his cult growing rapidly in the years immediately following his death, illustrating just how thoroughly and quickly Christian religious and political authority had come to reshape Norwegian society, even a society that had, within living memory, fiercely resisted exactly this kind of religious transformation. I want you to imagine what this transition might have actually felt like for an ordinary farming family somewhere in rural Norway living through this gradual religious upheaval. Perhaps a family that had, for generations, made small offerings to Thor before a difficult voyage, or celebrated seasonal festivals honoring Freya for a good harvest, now found itself pressured, whether by a local chieftain who had converted, by a traveling missionary, or eventually by direct royal decree, to abandon these familiar practices and adopt entirely new rituals, a new understanding of the divine, and a new set of religious authorities. Priests rather than local seeresses or community elders, answering to a distant church hierarchy rather than to familiar local tradition and custom. This transition, unsurprisingly, wasn't always smooth or complete, and considerable evidence suggests that many elements of traditional Norse belief and practice persisted, sometimes for generations, alongside or blended into nominal Christian practice, a pattern common across many regions of medieval Europe as Christianity gradually absorbed and adapted, rather than completely erasing existing local religious traditions and practices. Some scholars point to surviving folklore, place names, and even certain later medieval Scandinavian church decorations that seem to blend Christian and older Norse symbolic elements, as evidence of just how gradual and genuinely syncretic this religious transition actually was, rather than representing a single, clean, complete break between an old pagan world and a new Christian one. Iceland's conversion offers a particularly interesting and well-documented case study because, according to surviving accounts, the decision to formally adopt Christianity was made deliberately and, remarkably, peacefully through Iceland's characteristic institution of collective assembly decision-making at the Althing in the year 999 or 1000. Facing genuine internal tension between a growing Christian minority and the traditional pagan majority, and facing external pressure from the newly Christian king of Norway, Olaf Tryggvason, who threatened trade restrictions against Iceland if it didn't convert, the Althing appointed a respected lawspeaker named Thorgeir to decide the matter, and after a period of quiet, private reflection, reportedly spending a day and a night lying beneath a cloak in contemplation, Thorgeir emerged with a decision that Iceland would formally adopt Christianity as its official religion, while allowing considerable private tolerance for continued practice of certain traditional customs, including private pagan worship, at least for a transitional period. I find this particular episode genuinely moving to imagine, because it represents such a distinctively Icelandic approach to what was, throughout most of the rest of medieval Europe, a process typically driven by royal decree or military conquest rather than collective deliberation and compromise. A society without a king, choosing through its traditional assembly process to embrace religious change gradually, and with genuine attention to social cohesion and internal peace, offers a compelling final illustration of just how distinctive and, in certain respects, genuinely sophisticated Iceland's political culture had become by this point in its relatively brief history. By the middle of the 11th century, Christianity had become the established, dominant religion across virtually all of Scandinavia, and this transformation carried consequences extending well beyond religious belief itself, reshaping law, social structure, and cultural practice in ways that fundamentally altered the world we've spent tonight exploring. Churches replaced pagan temples and outdoor worship sites. Christian clergy, trained and organized according to broader European ecclesiastical structures, gradually displaced traditional seeresses and other pagan religious specialists. Written literacy, using the Latin alphabet rather than the older runic system, spread more widely as the Church prioritized written scripture, law, and administration. And perhaps most significantly for our broader story tonight, Christian religious and moral frameworks, which generally condemned the practice of raiding fellow Christians and taking Christian captives as slaves, gradually helped to close off some of the economic and cultural incentives that had originally driven so much of the earlier Viking Age raiding activity. As we move into our final historical section tonight, exploring the actual, gradual end of the Viking Age itself, I want you to hold onto this image of religious transformation alongside everything else we've discussed: the political consolidation of Scandinavia into centralized Christian kingdoms, increasingly integrated into the broader diplomatic, economic, and cultural framework of medieval Christian Europe. a transformation that, more than any single battle or defeat, ultimately explains why the remarkable world of Norse raiding, trading, and exploration we've spent tonight exploring eventually came to its quiet, gradual close. Let's continue toward that ending now. The quiet end of an age. Historians often mark the conventional end of the Viking Age with a specific dramatic date, 1066, and a battle that most people, if they've heard of it at all, associate primarily with an entirely different battle that happened just weeks later at Hastings. But before Hastings, there was Stamford Bridge, and I think it deserves to be remembered as the genuinely fitting bookend to everything we've discussed tonight. In September of 1066, the Norwegian King Harald Hardrada, sometimes called Harold the Ruthless, a genuinely remarkable figure who had, earlier in his life, served in that very Varangian guard we discussed protecting the Byzantine emperor in Constantinople, invaded England with a large fleet, hoping to claim the English throne for himself, allied for a time with a disaffected English nobleman. This invasion, in its scale and ambition, echoed the great campaigns of Cnut the Great a generation earlier, representing very much a continuation of that later, politically organized phase of Norse expansion we discussed previously, rather than the smaller-scale opportunistic raiding of the earlier Viking Age. I want you to imagine the scene at Stamford Bridge near York, where Harald Hardrada's forces, having achieved some initial success, were caught by surprise by the rapid, forced march of the English King Harold Godwinson and his army. According to the accounts that survive, the Norwegian forces, not expecting battle that particular day, were caught partially without their armor, having left much of it back with their ships, and the resulting battle proved to be a decisive and bloody English victory. Harald Hardrada himself was killed in the fighting, struck by an arrow, according to tradition, and his invading army was effectively destroyed as a fighting force. This defeat, whatever its immediate tactical causes, carries a genuine symbolic weight when we consider it against the broader sweep of everything we've discussed tonight. Harald Hardrada represented, in many ways, the last great embodiment of that older Viking Age spirit of large-scale, overseas conquest and adventure, a king whose life had already carried him from Norway to Byzantium and back, and whose final ambition was to add the crown of England itself to his considerable list of achievements. His death at Stamford Bridge and the destruction of his invasion force marked, for many historians, the practical conclusion of large-scale Scandinavian military expansion into England, even though, as we'll discuss, the broader forces bringing the Viking Age to its close were considerably more gradual and multifaceted than any single battle could fully capture. The irony, of course, and one that history seems to enjoy delivering with a certain dark humor, is that Harold Godwinson's victorious army, having just won this exhausting battle in the north of England, then had to march rapidly south to face an entirely different invasion, this one led by William, Duke of Normandy, whose own forces, interestingly enough, descended from Norse settlers who had established themselves in northern France roughly a century and a half earlier, in the region that took its name. Normandy directly from these Norse, or Northmen, origins. William's victory at Hastings just weeks after Stamford Bridge would reshape English history for centuries to come, but I find it genuinely fascinating to note that both battles of that pivotal autumn, in a sense, involved forces with deep Norse roots, one representing the older, more direct tradition of Scandinavian conquest, and the other representing a Norse heritage that had, over several generations, been thoroughly transformed through settlement, intermarriage, and cultural assimilation into something that had become, by 1066, essentially French and Norman rather than recognizably Scandinavian at all. Let's slow down here and think about what this really tells us, because it illustrates something genuinely important about how the Viking Age actually ended, not through some single, clean historical break, but through a long, gradual process of assimilation, transformation, and changing circumstances that had been unfolding for well over a century by the time Harold Hardrada fell at Stamford Bridge. Norse settlers in Normandy had, by the mid-11th century, become thoroughly French in language, culture, and religious practice, retaining perhaps a certain distinctive military tradition and political ambition, but no longer recognizably part of the same cultural and religious world as the Scandinavian homeland their ancestors had left generations earlier. This pattern of gradual assimilation repeated itself across many of the regions where Norse settlers had established themselves throughout the Viking Age, in parts of England itself, in Ireland, and in the Rus territories to the east, where, as we discussed, Norse settlers had within a few generations become thoroughly absorbed into the much larger surrounding Slavic population and culture. Several converging forces, beyond this gradual cultural assimilation, worked together to bring the broader Viking Age to its eventual close, and I think it's worth walking through them carefully, because understanding this multifaceted, gradual ending gives us a far more accurate, and I think, genuinely more interesting picture than any simple narrative of sudden defeat or collapse. We've already discussed the political consolidation of Scandinavia into centralized Christian kingdoms, a process that fundamentally changed the incentive structure that had originally fueled so much independent raiding and overseas adventure. As Norwegian, Danish, and Swedish kings established firmer control over their territories, they increasingly discouraged or actively suppressed the kind of independent raiding that had once been a viable path to wealth and status for ambitious young men. Royal authority increasingly claimed a monopoly on organized violence and overseas military activity, channeling it into more formal, state-directed military campaigns rather than allowing the kind of freewheeling, independent raiding that had characterized the earlier centuries of Norse expansion. Christianity spread across Scandinavia, which we explored in our previous section, compounded this shift, gradually reshaping moral and cultural attitudes in ways that made the raiding, enslaving, and plundering of fellow Christians increasingly difficult to justify, both internally within Norse society itself and in terms of the broader diplomatic relationships that Christian Norse kings now needed to maintain with other Christian rulers across Europe. A Christian Norwegian or Danish king could no longer easily sanction raids against Christian England or Christian Frankish territories, in the way that pagan chieftains had once done without any comparable religious or diplomatic constraint. Meanwhile, the broader military and political landscape of Western Europe was changing in ways that made the kind of tactics that had once given Norse raiders such a significant advantage considerably less effective than they had been in earlier centuries. European kingdoms had spent generations adapting to the Viking threat, building more sophisticated coastal and river defenses, constructing fortified towns and bridges specifically designed to block or slow raiding fleets, and developing more effective standing military forces capable of responding rapidly to raids that, in earlier centuries, might have struck and departed before any organized defense could be mustered. The element of surprise and tactical advantage that had made those early raids on places like Lindisfarne so devastatingly effective had, by the 11th century, been substantially eroded by generations of defensive adaptation across the very regions the Norse had once found so vulnerable. Economic changes mattered too. As trade networks matured and Scandinavia became more thoroughly integrated into the broader European and Mediterranean economic system, the kind of quick, violent plunder that had once represented such an attractive path to wealth increasingly gave way to more conventional, sustained commercial relationships, since stable, long-term trading partnerships generally proved more reliably profitable over time than the considerable risks involved in violent raiding. Particularly as raiding became more dangerous and less consistently successful given the improving defenses we just discussed. And then there's the story of Greenland, which we touched on earlier and which deserves a closer look here, because its eventual fate illustrates yet another important force shaping the broader end of the Viking Age: changing climate. The Norse settlement of Greenland had been established during what climate historians now call the medieval warm period, a span of several centuries during which temperatures across the North Atlantic region were somewhat milder than in preceding or following periods, allowing marginal agricultural activities, like Norse-style farming in Greenland's southwestern coastal fjords, to remain viable despite the region's fundamentally harsh underlying climate. Beginning sometime around the 13th and accelerating through the 14th and 15th centuries, this warmer period gradually gave way to a considerably cooler climatic phase, sometimes called the Little Ice Age, and this cooling trend appears to have placed increasing, ultimately unsustainable pressure on Greenland's already marginal Norse agricultural settlements. I want you to imagine what this gradual climate shift might have actually meant for a Greenlandic farming family over the course of several generations, because climate change of this kind rarely announces itself dramatically. It would have manifested as slowly shortening growing seasons, increasingly unpredictable and difficult summers, declining hay yields making it harder to keep livestock fed through ever-lengthening winters, and increasing sea ice making the already difficult and infrequent supply voyages from Iceland and Norway even more unreliable and dangerous. Combined with other pressures, including possible increasing conflict or competition with Inuit populations who had also been migrating into the region during this same period, changing trade patterns as European demand for walrus ivory declined with the opening of more direct trade routes to African elephant ivory, and the simple, cumulative strain of maintaining a small, isolated population at the very edge of sustainable habitability for so many centuries. The Greenland Norse settlement gradually declined, with the last confirmed written reference to the community dating from the early 15th century, and the settlement apparently disappearing entirely sometime before European explorers returned to the region in significant numbers over a century later. The exact final fate of Greenland's last Norse settlers remains genuinely uncertain and continues to generate active archaeological and historical research and debate. Did the last survivors gradually die out from starvation and isolation? Did they eventually abandon the settlement entirely, attempting the dangerous journey back to Iceland or Norway? Did some portion of the population perhaps integrate with neighboring Inuit communities, adopting different subsistence strategies better suited to the changing climate? Current evidence suggests the true answer likely involves some combination of these possibilities, unfolding gradually over the final decades of the settlement's existence, rather than any single, dramatic final catastrophe. This quiet, uncertain disappearance feels, in its own way, like a genuinely fitting final chapter to our broader story tonight, an ending defined not by dramatic conquest or decisive battle, but by the slow, patient pressure of changing circumstances, gradually rendering a once viable way of life increasingly untenable. Let's take a breath here and consider the full shape of this ending we've been tracing: political consolidation into centralized Christian kingdoms. The spread of Christianity itself, reshaping both moral attitudes and diplomatic relationships, improving European defenses, eroding the tactical advantages that had once made Norse raiding so devastatingly effective, maturing trade networks making sustained commerce more consistently profitable than violent plunder, gradual assimilation of Norse settler populations into the larger cultures surrounding them in Normandy, in England, in the Rus territories. And finally, changing climate patterns rendering the most marginal and remote Norse settlements, in Greenland especially, increasingly unsustainable. No single one of these forces on its own brought the Viking Age to its end. It was all of them together, unfolding gradually, generation after generation, until the world that had produced Lindisfarne and Kiev and Iceland and Vinland had simply, quietly become something different. By the time the Norman kings sat firmly on the English throne, by the time Scandinavia's own kingdoms had become thoroughly integrated into the broader political and religious framework of medieval Christian Europe, the distinctive world of the Viking Age, that remarkable combination of small, hardworking farming communities and extraordinarily far-reaching maritime ambition, had largely faded into memory, preserved primarily in the sagas, runestones, and archaeological traces that historians and storytellers, myself included, continue to piece together and share all these centuries later. Let's spend our final stretch of time tonight considering what actually remained, what legacy this remarkable period left behind, woven into the modern world in ways that many people never fully realize. What remained, I want you to imagine, one last time, sailing along a quiet Norwegian fjord, centuries after everything we've discussed tonight, long after the raids had ended, long after the kingdoms had solidified, long after the old gods had faded from active worship into folklore and half-remembered story. What would actually remain, physically and culturally, of everything this remarkable period had produced? Quite a lot, as it turns out, though much of it hides in plain sight, woven so thoroughly into the fabric of the modern world that most people never stop to consider its origin. Consider language first, since this is perhaps the most immediate and accessible piece of Viking legacy for English speakers specifically. The extended period of Norse settlement and rule across parts of England, particularly in the region historically called the Danelaw, left a lasting linguistic mark on the English language itself. Common English words including sky, window, knife, husband, egg, and even the pronouns they, them, and their all trace their origin back to Old Norse, absorbed into English during this period of extended contact and settlement. Countless place names across northern and eastern England, particularly those ending in by, meaning farm or settlement, like Whitby or Derby, or ending in thorp, meaning a smaller secondary settlement, preserve direct linguistic traces of Norse settlement patterns that would otherwise have left little other physical record. Consider, too, the sheer scope of geographic exploration and settlement we've traced tonight, extending from the eastern reaches of the Rus territories all the way to the shores of North America, a genuinely remarkable range for a relatively small population operating with the technological and navigational tools available in this period. This achievement reshaped the political map of medieval Europe in ways that persisted long after the specific raiding and conquest that produced it had ended. The very existence of Iceland as a distinct nation traces directly back to this settlement period, and Icelandic language and culture today remain more closely connected to Old Norse than any other modern Scandinavian language or culture, having developed with less outside influence given the island's relative isolation over the following centuries. Modern Russia and Ukraine's early political development involved genuine, if contested and much debated, Norse contributions during the crucial formative Rus period. And Normandy, of course, carries its very name from this Norse heritage, a heritage that, through William the Conqueror's subsequent invasion of England in 1066, indirectly shaped the entire subsequent trajectory of English governance, law, and culture in ways that continue to influence the modern world. I want you to think, too, about the sheer literary and cultural richness that this period, particularly through Iceland's remarkable saga tradition, has left behind. The Icelandic sagas represent genuinely significant achievements in medieval literature, offering psychological depth, narrative sophistication, and historical detail that scholars and general readers continue to find genuinely compelling and valuable, nearly 1,000 years after their composition. Norse mythology, too, has experienced an extraordinary modern resurgence, though often in forms considerably simplified, altered, or blended with modern fantasy sensibilities, compared to the more complex, nuanced beliefs actually held by the historical people we've spent tonight discussing. Contemporary films, television series, novels, and video games drawing on Norse mythology and Viking history have introduced this world to enormous modern audiences, even if, as we discussed at various points tonight, popular imagination often flattens the genuinely rich complexity of this historical period into simpler, more dramatic, and sometimes genuinely inaccurate stereotypes, the horned helmets that never actually existed. The purely violent barbarians stripped of all the everyday humanity, family life, craftsmanship, and genuine political and legal sophistication that we've tried to restore across tonight's story. Archaeological research continues to add genuinely new understanding to this history even today, decades and centuries after the initial romantic and often inaccurate popular image of the Viking first took hold in 19th century European culture. Advances in DNA analysis have revealed fascinating and sometimes genuinely surprising details about the genetic diversity and mobility of Viking Age populations, including evidence suggesting some Norse raiding and trading crews included men and women of more diverse ethnic and geographic origin than earlier assumptions had suggested. New excavations continue to refine our understanding of trade networks, settlement patterns, and daily life, adding richer and more accurate detail to the picture we've explored together tonight. I want you to consider, finally, the deeper, more universal human story that runs underneath all of these specific historical details we've covered tonight, because I think it's genuinely worth sitting with as we bring this long evening to its close. This is a story about ordinary people facing genuinely difficult circumstances, limited land, harsh climate, political upheaval, and responding with remarkable resourcefulness, courage, and ambition. It's a story about the enormous, often uncredited labor of women, whose weaving, farming, and household management underpinned every ship that ever set sail and every settlement that ever took root. It's a story about how quickly cultural and religious understanding can transform gods and beliefs that had structured meaning and identity for countless generations, gradually giving way to new frameworks of understanding, not through sudden rupture, but through generations of gradual, often deeply personal change. And it's a story ultimately about impermanence, about how even the most remarkable, far-reaching human achievements, raids reaching the walls of Constantinople, settlements stretching from Newfoundland to the Caspian Sea, eventually give way to new circumstances, new pressures, and new chapters in the ongoing, endlessly unfolding human story. The Vikings didn't disappear, not really. They became the Norwegians, Danes, and Swedes of the following centuries, the Normans of France, contributors to the emerging cultures of Russia and Ukraine, and through the extraordinary Icelandic literary tradition, storytellers whose voices continue to reach us clearly across nearly 1,000 years of time. Their world ended gradually and quietly, the way most historical worlds actually end, not with a single dramatic collapse, but through countless small changes accumulating slowly across generations, until one day the world had simply become something different, carrying forward, in ways both visible and hidden, so much of what had come before. And so, buddy, that brings us to the end of tonight's long, slow journey through the Viking Age, from the smoky longhouses of Norwegian fjords, through the salt spray of open ocean crossings, all the way to the shores of a continent no European had ever seen, and finally, gently, toward the quiet, gradual close of an age that reshaped so much of the medieval world. I hope wherever you're listening from tonight, whatever time it happens to be on your particular clock right now, that this story has done what I always hope these stories do, settled your mind, slowed your breathing, and carried you gently toward whatever rest you're looking for tonight. If you're still awake and you'd like to drift off now, that's perfectly all right. You don't need to hear another word. Let your eyes close and let the quiet fill in around you. If you enjoyed this journey through the world of the Vikings, and you'd like more long, calm evenings like this one, spent with quiet history and slow, careful storytelling, I'd be really grateful if you considered subscribing to this channel. It genuinely helps more than you might think, and it means I can keep bringing you more of these long, unhurried stories, night after night, whenever you need them. Thank you for spending this long evening with me. Rest well, sleep deeply, and I'll see you again soon for another quiet night and another long, slow story. Good night.